Got all of our microphones on. He's up there. Perfect. 9:34. Call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Minnesota Board of Animal Health. We are at the Farmers Union meeting. Thanks for having us. We will start with introductions. I am Erica Sawatzke, chair of the board, a turkey producer. Our last meeting, I was very pregnant and I did have a little girl. She's 6 weeks old already, and it's kind of crazy how fast time goes. So thanks for being here, everybody.
Dean Compart, involved with a family-owned and operated swine breeding stock, as well as commercial hog operation from Nicollet, Minnesota, and I've been on the board just 12 years. So it's been time's gone by fast too. Yeah.
And your last meeting.
I guess that's what I'm told. So
you can come back.
No, I will. I will plan to.
Jim Butts from Fillmore County, Southeast Minnesota family farmer.
Dr. Brian Hoefs, interim state veterinarian for the Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Dr. Eric Chop, assistant director, Board of Animal Health.
Dr. Shauna Voss, senior veterinarian, Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Veronica Bartsch, senior veterinarian, Board of Animal Health. Medina, Director of Government Relations for the Minnesota Department of Agriculture.
Lucy Hunt, Minnesota Department of Agriculture, Emergency Response.
Erin Kreider, Communications Specialist at the board.
Good morning, Jill Ressler, CEO for Minnesota Pork.
Paul Anderson, I'm representing the MVMA Small Animal Welfare Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Stephan Schaefbauer, area veterinarian in charge for USDA APHIS Veterinary Services.
Alex Stady, board member and member of the Shock Meal Occutant Suit Committee and cattle producer.
Dr. Peggy Ann Hawkins, livestock veterinarian from Northfield, Minnesota.
Want to get Jessica?
Yes, Dr. Fox, go ahead.
Dr. Jessica Fox, a mixed animal veterinarian in Southwest Minnesota, and I apologize, I'm Zooming today. I'm coming down with a sinus infection, and I think we're still in the time that coughing is a little taboo, so I've been coughing quite a bit, so I apologize for not being there in person.
Can we start there? Go ahead.
I'm Mike Frye with the Office of Animal Protection. So.
Jenna Wasche, also with the Office of Animal Protection.
Marc Schwabenlander, I'm with the University of Minnesota.
Tiffany Wolf, also with the University of Minnesota.
Stuart Lichtenberg, also with the University of Minnesota.
I'm Amanda Doran. I'm a field vet with USDA Vet Services.
We go back to Elaine.
Elaine Hanson, Minnesota Pet Breeders Association and Minnesota Outdoor Heritage Alliance.
Carissa Allen, data manager for Board of Animal Health.
Melissa Jansen, business manager for the Board of Animal Health.
Justin Hoffman, fourth-year veterinary student from the University of Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Stacy Holzbauer. I'm the Deputy State Public Health Veterinarian at the University of Minnesota, and Justin is hanging out with us for 2 weeks.
Brenda Hartkoff of Splendid Ridge Elk Farm by Howard Lake, Minnesota, representing the Minnesota Elk Breeders Association.
I'm Addie Evans Ingokay, and I am the Minnesota Board of Animal Health Farm Survey Program Lead.
Terry Assisted, a consultant with the Board of Animal Health.
Nikki Daly, Minnesota Acre Growth Council. Ashley Coles, Minnesota Turkey.
Great, thank you, everybody. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from our February meeting?
I would so move.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for today?
I move.
I'll second.
Right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, we will start with our Office of Animal Protection overview.
All right, so my name is Jena Wasche. I'm one of the co-authors of the Office of Animal Protection Bill.
Okay, Mike Frye, like she said, current co-author of Animal Protection Bill. I'm actually a current lieutenant with Minneapolis Police, and Jen and I were partners. She was my civilian partner when I was doing animal crimes and cruelty investigations for the city of Minneapolis. So we did that for 6 years, worked together, and developed a program on how to better do animal crimes and cruelty investigations.
A little bit of my background, I was animal control for 12 years with a focus on animal cruelty investigations. Prior to that, I was pre-vet at St. Cloud State, but physics and I don't get along. So hopped over into the cruelty world, where Mike and I work together on animal crimes, primarily in Minneapolis, but we've also consulted on out of state and throughout the state as far as that goes. Because one of the big issues that we constantly ran into in the state of Minnesota is that there is no one agency that you call. We joke that we're kind of like Ghostbusters because there's lots of options, but you don't know who you're going to call.
Okay.
Maybe. There we go. All right. So as far as a statewide agency that would cover domestic animal crimes, it doesn't exist. There's a whole bunch of options and different avenues that you can take in the state. Ultimately, it falls on law enforcement to enforce those animal crimes.
And if any of you know anything about law enforcement, we have not a clue about animal stuff. I was voluntold to go to animal crimes and learned a whole lot that this world even existed. So that's what we want to impress upon the rest of the state when it comes to protecting animals.
So how it's currently laid out is you have your local or county law enforcement in the more rural communities that would respond to these complaints. You also have the Minnesota Federated Humane Societies, who's in statute and has the legal statute right to investigate the animal crimes. You have the Animal Humane Society, who is a nonprofit that has a humane agent aspect to them. You also have your local animal control. Some of the larger cities do have animal control. They're not super common in Minnesota. I believe Minneapolis has the largest, and then there's a few pockets of them throughout the state. A lot of agencies in Minnesota utilize community service officers. So they'll be, writing traffic tickets and investigating animal cruelty, which is not a good mix because they don't receive the training that they need on those specific things. And same with law enforcement. You get a lot of training in different aspects of crimes. Animal crimes is not one of them.
None.
So that's what we're working to fix. The Office of Animal Protection kind of came as a culmination of Mike and I working together. We ran into the issue where individuals would just move out of the city, or we wouldn't know who we would contact in that jurisdiction, or who would want to handle that sort of a crime. Love law enforcement, but if they don't know what they're looking at, they can't do anything about it. So education has been our biggest piece. And so we've met with, different agencies and tried to train and things like that. We meet with colleges and try to train up and coming officers on what they're looking for. But the Office of Animal Protection definitely would fill that gap. It's a state agency. It would be under the Department of Public Safety. So how we sort of pitch it is what the DNR does for wildlife. They enforce wildlife specific laws, but they are focused in that element, but it's also still law enforcement. The primary function would be to train other law enforcement, other animal welfare agencies, pretty much anyone. We've met with veterinarians and explained, their role in animal crimes.
Oops. How do I go back?
That one.
Okay.
So training and outreach efforts would be the biggest aspect of this, because no one agency can cover the whole state as far as animal crimes go. They would have an investigative portion to them where they could step in if agencies ask for assistance or anything like that. The disaster relief coordination, there also is no one incident commander for domestic animals in Minnesota. So there, again, there's a bunch of different agencies and each has a piece of it, but there is no one agency that would take the point on that. So this would fill that gap. So just our mission statement, the intent for it.
So as it says up there, yeah, the Office of Animal Protection, we prevent and prepare and respond as we just described. The biggest thing is we want to make sure that we provide an outlet and a one-stop avenue for other agencies. And we don't want to take anything away. We want to be in support of all of your agencies. We're not here to take away. We're here to support.
The sort of fourth point of the OAP would be dangerous animal law in Minnesota. So animals declared dangerous right now, there is a statewide law for it, but it's on the individual county or agency to do that enforcement. So this would have sort of a central database and set the standards for how does an animal get declared dangerous and how do you enforce that when they don't abide by those rules. So again, the biggest thing is they would have the enforcement capabilities throughout the state. Currently, it's jurisdictional. So you run into those cross jurisdiction issues where they just move out of your county or your city and they're free to go about their business again. So this would be able to cover all of that.
So, and we've discussed this as far as the creation and management of volunteer domestic animal response. Again, everything that you're going to see up here, it's in the creation of the bill is all about support. And you're going to hear me say that over and over again. We're in support of your missions because that's what we all need that.
So this just sort of lays out the agency functions. It's also on our website if you want to look into it a little more depth later. It would not, regulate zoonotic diseases. Again, all of those functions and anything to do with that stays with the Board of Animal Health. We wouldn't be taking away anything from the Board of Animal Health. They would have the ability to investigate the domestic animal crimes throughout the state. Even the farmer doesn't want the dog fighter moving in next door. Again, has no regulations on veterinarians, would not enforce hunting and fishing. That's covered under the DNR. And then as far as any regulations for commercial breeders or anything like that, no, that all stays with the Board of Animal Health where it belongs. This has to do with the cruelty statutes that are on the books. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
One of the issues we always run into is we get compared to the Companion Animal Board bill. This is apples and oranges. That is a regulatory board that would make rules and take two laws from the Board of Animal Health. The Office of Animal Protection is a law enforcement agency under the Department of Public Safety. So it is completely different, different layout, has enforcement ability, would not be making the rules. It would be enforcing the rules that are already on the books.
And just to give you a quick idea, the reason that this is so important is because we're going to take a new concept that's starting to take place within Minnesota in law enforcement, but pairing law enforcement officer with a civilian partner. Because again, as you guys, Jenna's doing a lot of the talking because y'all are her people. Okay? Get me in a room full of police when I'm like, oh, thank you. Okay? I'm just saying. And then she gets quiet. It just is what it is. Everyone has their lane. And that's what we're trying to say. Mm-hmm. I have my lane. I don't try and cross over into her lane. I stay in my lane. And so our goal is to impress that upon you that we're here one more time to support.
Yes.
And we are so different from that because we're not trying to take power, as we've heard, and we are nothing like that. I have learned in 30 years of law enforcement, if you're not collaborative, if you're not community focused, if you're not willing to listen, you will get nowhere. My city, my police agency destroyed the world. So we are trying to rebuild it back up. That's the only way I can put this in layman's terms. So.
Yep. And so we've taken the time to meet with the different groups. We'll meet with anybody who wants to meet to discuss this concept, and we try to find something that fits for everyone. This doesn't take away from anything already in existence is the biggest thing. It just fills that one singular gap of statewide animal crimes. Like there is no central agency. And we've run into that gap countless times on investigations and whatnot, where myself as a civilian tries to contact a law enforcement agency to get information where that's not necessarily something that's public information or shareable, where when you're working together and you partner law enforcement with the civilian, with the animal side of things, it makes that one step of a difference. And you actually get something done.
Think about how many of you have tried to call a police agency to get something. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck. I make a call or whoever, or an officer that's working under me, it's given because that's shareable information. And that's what we're here for. Back to the companion animal board bill, nothing to do with us. So I want to make that perfectly clear again. We are so opposite of what they are.
Yes.
And yes.
The other thing with the Office of Animal Protection being under the Department of Public Safety is it keeps differing opinions out of it. It is a law enforcement agency and they can only enforce the laws on the books. So that's the other piece. Is the other one is appointed members. This one would be an agency under the Department of Public Safety where you wouldn't necessarily have that influence if you didn't need it in the laws. So this is the bill, the one that was introduced this year. We've been working with it. We do have bipartisan support as far as the Senate and the House go. We've been doing a lot of education as far as senators and representatives go to explain the differences and explain the role that it would play in government. So we do have a webpage with more information. If anyone has additional questions or would like to meet about this, wants us to speak for someone else, or just answer any in-depth questions you have as to how we see this fitting in, we're more than happy. Or if you have edits to the bill, we're more than welcome to consider all options and find a way that it works.
So to let everybody in this room know, I'm an old beat cop, used to walk the beat in Loring Park. I'm good for tea and crumpets. We can sit down and just talk all day. I'm just saying, I'm good at that. So
yeah, again, we do have more information on there that goes into a little bit more of how it would be laid out and the different functions. You're more than welcome to check it out or reach out to us.
Do we have time for questions? Do we? Okay. Anybody have any questions?
Just wanted you to know that the Small Animal Welfare Committee for MVMA has met with Mike and Jena. We studied this bill at some pretty good length, and we certainly support what they're trying to do. Then we took that to the MVMA as a entire group, as a body at their annual meeting in February, and that this concept was approved by MVMA as a whole. And so a lot of people have put eyes on this. And just from a personal standpoint, I think this group would be really helpful for the board, for the field people. For example, when the board gets word that there's somebody has a bunch of animals that probably should be licensed as a kennel. And Dr. Bartsch, and we've talked about this too, the county sheriff sometimes doesn't have the time or the expertise or the willingness to pursue all that. And I think that Jena and Mike's proposal for an Office of Animal Protection would fill that gap for the board and would be a big assistance to the board's field staff. I think there's a real niche for this. And like they've said, it's completely different than the companion animal board or any of that kind of thing. I think it would fit in really nicely and support Department of Agriculture, Board of Animal Health. It would be a real asset, and MVMA is fully in support of this proposed legislation.
Thank you. Yes. And we appreciate you looking at it and working with us to get a product that really fits that niche and, fills the gap that is there that it seems like everyone has run into at some point or another.
And we have zero issue with people looking it over in different groups and folks who have we want to hear your opinion, because at the end of the day, we're all part of this. I didn't know I was going to get into animal stuff. I drank the Kool-Aid. And so here I am. And it just is what it is. And you learn to get along. You learn to figure it out. And that's what this is all about. So, you guys have any other? Go ahead, sir.
You had mentioned earlier about dangerous animals and that animals that have been identified as dangerous animals. And I assume they're falling between the cracks as people are moving around to.
Yes.
Yep.
So how do you go about, or how would you propose? Are these animals identified some way? Yeah, I imagine they'll have a name, but then is there some type of more permanent identification that identifies these as something that you want to know that this is the culprit, so to speak? Or how do you go about, and then how do you hand that off, or how do you envision handing that off if this structure went into place?
So yeah, currently in state statute, any dog declared dangerous in the state is required to be microchipped already. Failing to do so is a crime. So that is one of the things that we would run into. They move without notifying the jurisdiction. Anytime a dangerous dog moves jurisdictions, they have to notify the jurisdiction they're leaving and the one they're going to. Again, that's a violation that goes out there, and this would be able to track that to see where they are in the state. If you get a really atrocious bite in your area, you could then call the Office of Animal Protection and see, is there history with this animal in the state of Minnesota? The laws on potentially dangerous dogs right now are jurisdiction specific. There is no set way to get declared potentially dangerous. There is no set way to enforce it. This would also help to sort of set that standard for how you get on the list and how you get off the list. If you do the training, you do the work, you can get the animals off the list as well.
Thank you.
So I feel, okay, thanks, Paul. I feel like as a farmer, I have to ask this question, and you probably have been asked it a lot, but how do you define domestic animal? I raise turkeys. So, when I'm loading out turkeys, if somebody calls and says, hey, Erica's loading out turkeys and it's not looking pretty, where's that line of what you guys do and farm animals?
So I encourage you to visit the website and actually read. We do have a definition there of animal that would be the primary focus of this. The Office of Animal Protection would have the ability to enforce animal cruelty laws for companion animals only when it reached that point. That would not be the focus. The difference for us is the intent is not to get into agriculture, not get into farming. I personally have a farm where there's a clear difference between, the companion animals and the farm animals. Yeah, that would not be the focus. There are avenues if people have an issue with a farmer or the way they do business with their animals. There are avenues for that already. So that would not be something that would be a primary issue for this. If you had one house turkey that you were, kicking around, then maybe. But no, that is not the focus of this.
Okay. So on your website, it states companion animal. Is what you're saying?
No, it does not.
No.
It does not state companion animal. Companion animal is in the cruelty definition per statute. This defines the animals that would be under the scope of Office of Animal Protection as essentially dogs, cats, and house pets. There is a longer version to it that's a little bit more specific and it eliminates the livestock from it. But there is an actual definition in there that we worked with many groups to come up with.
So I'm guessing if a farmer walked away from a barn of animals, say that, and somebody found out they weren't being fed and things like that, that might get you guys to go look at it. But it being livestock or something, now you would call in somebody else.
Yes.
To do that.
Assist as unique, again, the criminal aspect. There are there's different avenues, correct? So you're looking at what is criminal. So that's where the law enforcement piece comes in. You have your other agencies, your other groups that actually already do this. So we would be in support of them. That is it. We are not coming to step on everyone's toes and get all up in your business. That's not what the intent is. The intent is actually to spread the message of education, being better with our animals, and to let everyone know that your domesticated animal deserves protection. Go ahead.
And this is designed for dog fighting, cockfighting, cruelty, starvation, intentional abuse. It is a lot more common than people believe. It's just sort of one of those things that's under the radar. Back when we were partnered and had the cruelty unit, I mean, you name a city and I could find you a dog or a cockfighter in it. So it is out there. It's just not necessarily on the forefront because it's something no one wants to look at.
Well, you guys might have heard that case in Wisconsin where they had, what was it, 1,800?
Yeah, 1,800 birds
And
20 something dogs.
Yeah, 20 something dogs and meth and stuff. And so dog and cockfighting, was that on the farm? Yes. But it's cruelty. You got dog fighting, cockfighting, the selling of the birds for fighting, so on and so forth. So that we assisted that agency. But that's the only times that you'll see anything like that involved.
Are there any other questions for?
I was just going to ask Jenna and Mike to comment just briefly on the emergency response part of what your group would be doing.
So the thought process behind the emergency response is, again, not to impose any regulations or anything like that. It would be an assist to the agencies that are already there. If, for example, there was a tornado in a community, and the people are worrying about where they're going to keep themselves, this would be an agency that would already have those agreements in places with different, fairgrounds and whatnot to house those animals. And they'd have a trained volunteer group where they would have people to care for your animals while the people are worrying about rebuilding their own homes or where they're going to stay. So that would be something that would be beneficial to have. And then using all the different resources, again, that main point of contact for that. If, someone wanted to donate supplies, if someone wanted to assist with a grant, or other agencies had, resources that could be utilized in the community, this would provide that sort of, standalone agency that would be the header of that.
What law enforcement has learned throughout these years, from Katrina to other mass casualties in situations, people aren't leaving without their animals. I don't know how many you have personal, your domesticated animals, you ain't leaving without them. And so now we run into that issue. What do you do with the animals? So these are some of the things that our emergency response will help to do. We also learn, again, law enforcement, emergency folks, you have to be taken care of first before you can take care of others. That includes every part of your family has to be taken care of. That includes the animals. So that's where this comes in.
And the other thing with the Office of Animal Protection, it would have the ability to sort of bring all those resources to one place. A lot of times what we ran into with hoarders is it's a mental health issue and it's a person issue as well. So you want to get help for that individual as well as, sort of stem the tide of more coming in. So they would have the resources and the directions that you can go with that.
So in Minneapolis, we created a hoarding house task force because we have so many, but when folks are hoarding animals, we use it as we take it from a whole person perspective. Okay. So when we come in, it's not just taking the animals, we're bringing in social services, inspections, so on, and folks that can help either rebuild that we want to rebuild that person so that they don't reoffend. So again, these are all the structures that'll be put in place, and it's going to come from a side of empathy. Something that law enforcement has learned we need. We need to be more empathic, more sympathetic to what people are going through and meet them right where they are.
What's your anticipation of staffing for an agency like this? What level of staffing would you need to get accomplished what you're projecting?
So we did submit a budget proposal as far as that. I want to offhand, I want to say it was around 38 staff. And that includes like the office, the field agents, the director, training, outreach, all of that kind of stuff. And I believe the budget that we had proposed was somewhere in the 4 to 6 million range to get it up and running. And then probably, again, this is me off the top of my head, probably down to 3 million a year to run the actual organization.
But the Senate Finance Committee and whatnot has our budget proposal. And so they've looked it over and have accepted that. So we're just moving. Again, we're gaining the momentum. It was introduced this year for the first time, and our and the representative and the senators that that signed on have already agreed to help push it for the next one. And we're gaining momentum and meeting with more senators and representatives. Anything else or any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, the chairs of the committees that would hear the bill about whether they were interested in doing that this year, or did you just sit back with the anticipation that there was more groundwork to be done before you requested hearings?
Go ahead.
That was it. We talked to anybody who would listen and reached out to everybody probably 3 times. So I will say this legislative session was super busy. So with everything that was going through, we were sort of sidestepped on that regard, and we were unable to get those meetings with the chairs that we wanted. We did meet with the majority of the committee members, and so we've been still working to meet with the committee members, and still trying to get those meetings with the chairs. But yeah, like, unfortunately, we didn't make their agendas yet this year.
Would the ag committees be the primary jurisdiction in each chamber?
Currently, it's under finance. I have the specifics on it. I can give you afterwards. But yeah, currently it's in finance. And so I don't believe it would need to pass the agricultural committee, because this is not designed for anything agricultural.
So what, judiciary, finance, and
I believe so.
Judiciary.
government ops?
I believe it'd be capital investment, because it's creating a state agency. Yeah.
Like, we're at time. But you guys have a email address up there if anybody has any additional questions. Thank you, Mike and Jenna. Appreciate all your.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Very much appreciate you. Oh, actually, before we go, there is, I forgot to mention, there is word of another bill that's trying to use the name. So we cannot speak to anything that comes out about that. We never read it, nothing like that. But there is a copycat bill out there, so
So much nicer than me. They try to steal, folks out there trying to steal our name.
Yeah.
So, and try to.
So just be aware of that we can't speak to what's coming of that, but we've met with groups and we believe we have a good product.
And any group that hooks our name into their bill or anything else, that has nothing to do with us whatsoever.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Val, are you ready?
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Medina. I serve as Director of Government Relations for the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. So as you probably know, we're just over 4 months into the session. We started in early January. Last week we had the Easter Passover break, and they came back yesterday, Tuesday, for the first time. So now we're getting really into it. We're hearing a lot of omnibus policy and finance bills as of late. A note too, that session should end on May 22nd. That is the date. Special session, who knows? We'll kind of wait to see how that goes, but hopefully all the egg stuff will be done on time, maybe early. That'd be great, but we have yet to see. So to the point too that's made, that it was a pretty busy session. There were 3,000 so far. There's 3,208 bills that have been introduced in the House and 3,248 bills have been introduced in the Senate. So that's a really large number of bills. So there's been a lot moving for sure. So in the last meeting, I talked about the board's budget request. So we requested money for our operating, to maintain the current level of service, so operating adjustment, and then money for the importation of companion animals, and then also money for our emergency preparedness and response for the board. So currently in the House Ag budget, they have appropriated $560,000 the first year and the second year for the Ag emergency preparedness and response, and $6,000 the first year and $6,000 the second year for the meeting expenses for additional board members. That's based off of House File 911. We'll talk about that one just in a second. And then $166,000 the first year and $332,000 the second year to maintain the current service level. So that's how this House currently has it. In the Senate, they have appropriated $170,000 the first year and the second year to cover the increased cost of importing community animals, and then $560,000 the first year and the second year for egg emergency preparedness and response. So they don't have operating adjustment, but now those bills will go to conference committee and then they'll be worked out there. So this isn't done yet. They have to come to the same number. They also have the same targets. So for the ag budget, which is where the board's budget lives, our target for fiscal years, for the first biennium, so 24 and 25 is 148 million. And for fiscal years 26, 27, it's 40 million. So we had to fit that budget within that target. So we have yet to see kind of where that goes. So I mentioned the ag bill, that there was that $6,000 for the Board of Animal Health modification. And that one is to increase the board to 11 members, including, and those are kind of the regional ones. This is Rep. Hansen bill. So that is currently in the House bill. It is not included in the Senate omnibus bill as of yet. There's also $65,000 in the House bill for fur farmer registration requirements and commercial permits for restricted species, and then a feral pig and mink report. So that appropriates $65,000 to the DNR to do that work with the board and the Department of Agriculture. So also not in the Senate bill, so they'll have to work that out in conference. And then the other bills of note would be the House Environment Bill. So it's House File 2310, which is Chair Hansen's bill. And in this one, there's money appropriated to the DNR for inspection of white-tailed deer farms that the board does in conjunction with the DNR. And then there's also quite a few changes to the farm survey day statute. So that is all farm survey, not just white-tailed deer. So there's that changes. There's also a report required on feral pigs and mink. So that is in both the House and the House Ag and the House Environment bill at the moment. But there's no funding in the Environment bill to do that report. And then in the Senate Environment, they also have funding for the white-tailed deer and for the DNR. And then they have changes to the farm survey law, some similar ones, but there's some notable differences. One of the big ones is that in the Senate that they require RT-QuIC testing annually of farm surveys, but not until it's USDA approved. So it's in statute, but it won't be used until that's approved. And they also allow importation of semen from herds that are that do the herd plan with the USDA. So there's some in the House bill, it doesn't allow any importation. In the Senate, it allows some to pay if you're in that herd plan. And then the Senate also transfers the duties of white-tailed deer from the Board of Animal Health to the DNR. So DNR would take over all of that in the Senate version. And then just about, I know we talked about last time too about the CAB bill and the Offset and Protection. Those have all been introduced and referred to committees, but none have had a hearing yet. So I would say it's pretty unlikely that they will move this session, but they're available for next session. So they'll come back and be one of the 3,000 plus bills that can be worked on again next session when we start. So that is all I have. And if there's any questions on anything, we're going to be getting into conference committees here in the very near future. And so for agriculture to be the House Ag and the Senate Ag will be joined together. And then for environment, it'll be environment, natural resources, climate, and energy. So they're gonna have a much larger omnibus bill that includes more jurisdictions, but agriculture is just agriculture, broadband, and AURI are just the ones in the Ags bill.
How much money did they, for that 2310 bill, propose for, turning the whitetail over to the DNR, and how many, what kind of requests did they have for dollars there?
I'm not seeing the exact request for dollars. I found it more in Article 2, which is the statute changes. So I'd have to look into that and find that. I know in the House, it's 2.25 million the first year and 5.734 for inspections of the white-tailed deer program. And then the base for fiscal year 26 and beyond is 3.25. So that's the House version. I'll have to look into the Senate and find those details. I think I missed that when I reviewed it. These bills are a couple hundred pages long.
The 11-member board, change of structure, is there anything on the Senate side with that?
There is not. No, the Senate Ag bill only has the board's funding. That is the only provisions they have for the board.
And are they still looking at 11 members or has it been like dwindled down at all?
It's still 11. That's what's still in the bill. That's from the DE. And so we're waiting to hear this bill now in House Ways and Means, which should be next week. So it could get changed at that point. The author can add edits. So we'll wait and see if there's amendments to change that. But as of now, it's still 11.
And you were saying that's regional, meaning that each of the 8 congressional districts come up with how does that thing look?
Yeah, so the language is that 2 at-large members, 1 member who is a member of a federally recognized tribe located in Minnesota, and 8 regional members, with no 2 regional members residing in the same congressional district. So they'll be split by districts.
And no saying whether veterinarians or livestock producers are required.
Its members must be knowledgeable in animal agriculture, animal health, or pets and companion animals, with at least 2 members who represent the public and are not employed in agriculture, veterinary medicine, the pet industry, or a related field.
But they could have a pet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The bill that you talked about that includes the RT-QuIC testing when it's approved by the USDA. Has that been discussed within legislature or is there a timeline given of when if it ever would be approved by USDA?
So there's not a timeline currently that we know of. So they just put in statutes that it's ready. So like once it is approved, then they can do this annual testing. Concerns with this one is that they're very specific, that it has to be ear punches for the first time. If it's a positive, then a rectal biopsy. So it's very prescriptive, which isn't quite what we want for USDA test. We want to use whatever USDA says that this is how you should do the testing. So as far as I know, the test has not been submitted to USDA for approval. So it's not even being considered for approval at the moment. So we can't use an unvalidated test for regulated animals. That just sets a really bad precedent for the entire industry. So we've talked with the authors. We're working on that. We have a letter from USDA. So that is something that we're working on because that's really a no-go for the board.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Dr.
I was just going to ask, when you've been talking to them about that, how has the response seemed? Have they seemed open to it? Have they asked questions about it or, asked for more understanding or, what can we do to help, I guess?
Yeah, I think it depends on who we ask. We've had varied responses. I would say, I think it seems to me like they're being told that the test is ready and that it's being submitted for accreditation and it's not. So I feel there's a little misinformation out there with that. So it just depends. And a lot of them just don't understand the test or, how you have to take samples and that. So they're pretty receptive, but it's just a lot of not fully understanding the test and how it's done.
Thank you.
Because if you have to do a rectal biopsy of a deer every year, that's a lot. Will it be farm? It's all farm cervidae, actually. It's not just deer. It'd be annual of all cervidae.
Any other questions for Michelle? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Stephan, are you ready?
those or just, it's. Yeah. Good morning, board members. Thanks as usual for having me do an update. I don't take it lightly that you all invite me to these meetings to present to you. The first item up is on ASF, or African swine fever and classical swine fever surveillance. It's still a very important topic and very important that we're doing this surveillance. We're still worried about African swine fever in our hemisphere, potential kind of knocking at our door. I looked at one paper and an African swine fever outbreak in the US over, I think it was a 10-year period, could result in $50 billion losses nationally, close to 200,000 jobs lost. And so still very important, which I'm sure Jill it's like, yes, it is. So we recently had some changes with our surveillance. And so I thought it was a good time to kind of remind us of what USDA is doing related to ASF and CSF surveillance. In 2019, our surveillance efforts were merged. So APHIS had a plan, our National Animal Health Laboratory Network had a plan. Those plans were merged to strengthen our detection capabilities. Of course, with it, so close to Puerto Rico, to support claims of our disease freedom and also increase our preparedness. Our surveillance plan has passive streams of samples and active. And so the passive surveillance sample streams is really tied to our foreign animal disease investigations. And so sampling any swine highly suspicious of ASF or CSF due to clinical signs, any pigs found dead for no apparent reason, and that's both domestic swine and feral swine. And then, of course, samples collected by our foreign animal disease diagnosticians. The active surveillance falls under sick pig submissions to our National Animal Health Laboratory Network, or our non-labs. And that's a big one, because what happens is a practitioner may send in samples for something going on the farm. And if it meets the criteria to go into this stream, the diagnostic lab has the ability to go ahead and sample those tests. And so they don't have to ask for additional approvals or anything. And so that's really bolstered our kind of seeing what's actually out there. We do quite a bit of active surveillance sampling at our slaughter plants in the state, and then any clinically ill or dead swine from higher risk operations, including waste feeding. And then I want to point out that, like I said, the passive and active streams also include feral swine. And so our partners, our sister agency with Wildlife Services, is also doing sampling. And so what made me think to kind of refresh is that earlier this month, USDA approved a new sample type for this sampling stream, spleen swabs and whole blood swabs. It's mainly for our field, and it just gives us more access to more sample types so that if it's needed. I think it's encouraging that we're continuing to add sampling types for ASF and CSF. It's not the ones it's not oral fluids yet, but we're still working on those, and meat juice and tongue tips and things like that. So I feel like it's taking us in the right direction. And then these are just some, so this is Minnesota specific numbers. This is from 2021 to January of this year. Over 3,000 samples in both our diagnostic labs, so our Minnesota non-lab, the Minnesota VDL. Any high-risk samples, which we don't have a ton, We have the one, here in 21, and then another one down here. So we don't do a lot of like garbage feeding samples. That's really what that stream is. But we do quite a bit of slaughter plant sampling. But by and large, our samples in Minnesota are coming from the VDL. And then these are national numbers, and these are from October through December of this year, or excuse me, last year, October 22 to December 22. So, and these are national numbers. So for both ASF and CSF testing, over 8,000 samples, large portion, RD labs, and then for serological testing for only classical swine fever, 700 samples in our feral population. And so I think it just shows that we still have a balanced approach to trying to find it if it were to come into our country. The next update is CWD funding. Hot off the press yesterday, APHIS announced $12 million to fund CWD projects. Just like in past years, who's eligible? State Departments of Ag, state animal health agencies, state departments of wildlife or natural resources, and our federally recognized Native American tribal governments. And then the types of activities that are supported in this funding, CWD management, response, research activities. And Minnesota's had an opportunity to take advantage of the indemnity portion for a few times. And so that's also included in there. And so it's not really new to us because we've taken advantage in the state of this funding. And so the hope is that, maybe there's some projects out there that might go through this funding request process. And so it was announced yesterday, and the applications are due in June. Yeah.
For that, that money would have to work through the state, but could go to funding for, like, say, a university or someone who's actually going to be doing the work.
Yep,
So
correct.
You have to work through the state organization in order to get access to the money.
Correct. And that's what we've done here in Minnesota.
Gotcha.
Yep.
How does that dollar amount compare to previous years?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I can look that up though and get that back to you.
But we've participated in that before, right? The Board of Animal Health has some grant money that but this would have to be a new project, or could we apply again just to keep something we've got going?
Each project kind of stands on its own. So if we were to apply again, it would be an add-on to the current project. It wouldn't be necessarily an extension unless your objectives change. And then my last update is a hiring update. So I'm really encouraged because last time I stood before the board, I had quite a lot of vacancies. And so the Minnesota office has a program assistant starting on April 24th. We've extended a tentative offer to a Ready Response Corps VMO. If you all remember, that's a newly created position across the country. And if my memory serves me, I want to say it's 12 total for the country. And we had 6 in our district and then 1 in Minnesota. Iowa will have 2. And then a few other ones in the district. And so I'm hopeful. That position may be hard to fill because it's a 75% travel expectation. And so that'd be 3 weeks. You're deployed for 3 weeks and home for 1 week. And so I'm not sure how many people can kind of maintain that level of But, you know, fingers crossed that the offer is accepted. You all remember Dr. Donahue took a position somewhere else in the agency. And so that position was open, and I'm doing interviews for that position here soon, actually starting on Friday. I had my animal identification coordinator retired. I've received applications for that position. I'm highly encouraged. And then we have an animal health technician position in our southern team that was posted, and the offer was declined due to salary. And so I'll have to re-advertise that position. So. And then new to the Minnesota team, Dr. Amanda Doran. She's here in the back. She started with us the end of February. Dr. Doran graduated from the University of Minnesota in 2008. She comes from a large dairy family, and her family was the first generation off the farm. She spent 4.5 years in mixed animal practice in Ontario, 2.5 years in small animal practice, and then she created a mobile practice, euthanasia practice, for almost 4 years before coming to USDA. In her free time, she enjoys hiking, biking, gardening, and operating her Halloween-themed farmers market stand, which I look forward to visiting. When I visit Duluth, I'll have to find it. Dr. Doran, so happy to have you on board. Just excited to have her as part of the team. And then that's it. And you all, I know your first question. So my family and I just went to Disney a few weeks ago. I know your first question is, did we have a great time? We did. The other thing I want to mention is you'll see Disney pictures for the next few years anytime I have opportunity, because we spent a lot of money there. And so I'm just gonna have to subject you to all the Disney pictures. So.
Any questions for Stephan? Go ahead.
As far as what have we learned down in Dominican Republic, and where African swine fever is, and what is our involvement down there, or kind of what is the position of USDA or the mainland relative to the island down there?
Right. I think from what I've had access to, and I can certainly dig a little bit deeper on this, but we've been focusing a lot of our efforts on Puerto Rico and increasing sampling there, increasing sampling in Florida. And then we haven't been doing quite as many full team deployments to the DR as rightfully so, right? We're using our teams for bird flu. And so I also have heard that it's been really hard their lab capacity isn't where it needs to be. But other than that, I don't have a really good reporting on exactly what we're doing in the DR. We also had sent we were sending lab technicians there to help with that lab capacity. I don't know where we are with sending folks there.
And one other thing I received notification that there's feral pigs in Canada about 40 miles from the Minnesota border. Do you know anything about that at all, Jill?
It's a problem up there, yeah.
And so my question is I believe, you look at these invasive species and doing whatever it takes to try to, if it gets close or if it gets in the area, because I've been told that the northern part of the state would be impossible to get those things out of if they got there. And I know supposedly it's illegal to shoot from a helicopter, but I think it's being done elsewhere, and that things like that have to be put on the table.
Right.
Right. And probably have to be talked about before they ask for permission.
That might be a good topic for the next board meeting, if I can bring our wildlife services counterparts in, or if there's something I can do to help kind of bring speakers for that topic.
I was going to update, and my updates on this a little bit. So there has been some talk between DNR and actually USDA on creating a better surveillance for feral swine especially in that northern border. So we're discussing getting some actual traps, so feral swine traps like they use in the south, and deploying them, having them set up in strategic locations on the north border. Actually, I want to work with the tribal nations too. I think there's probably some good collaboration with them that we can utilize their ability to kind of scout the area and determine where there might be influx of feral swine. Knock on wood, we don't have them now. That's what our claim is, but how do we know until we actually do the surveillance? So there's been a lot of effort with Eric Nelson at the DNR, myself, and then working with USDA Wildlife Services to determine how many of these traps would be necessary. Also having them available for some of our escaped domestic pigs in other parts of the state. So how many traps do we need? Where can we locate them strategically? But to your point, Dean, we don't know, and if we're not doing anything, we won't know until it's too late. So we want to have a little more proactive effort and involve all of our partners that this affects.
Right.
So
what is Canada doing? I mean, they have a pig industry and they send a lot of pigs down here to be, harvested, but they must have a position on this. And what are they doing to try to get on top of it, if you can call it that?
I think the stance Canada has right now is it's impossible to get on top of it. They're there to stay, and now it's controlling what they've got. And really, I would say their plan, or what they've been promoting now, is warning us it's coming if you don't do something like we didn't do something. So Canada does do quite a bit of surveillance. They do helicopter surveillance and dispatching that way. They do trap, and they do everything that we're doing in the south, but the population is somewhat insurmountable, and they're dealing with a different kind of pig. So it's not the southern pig. This is a northern pig that's learned to adapt to the winter climate. I was at US SHIP conference last fall, and one of the presenters was from Canada, and he was giving all kinds of scary stories that'll keep a pig producer up at night. But one of them was, people said, well, predators are surely taking them out. And they said the largest sow that they took out was 800 pounds. They said, quite frankly, we're concerned about our predators when pigs get that big. So they've learned to burrow in snowbanks. They call them pig glues. So they can actually find where these are by the steam that comes out of the hole where the pigs are burrowing in the winter. So it's an issue that they don't think they can control.
The helicopter thing, is that a state law?
I think it's a federal law, isn't it?
But then how do they do it in the south?
Well, I mean, well, and also if you're going to do that, it's a planned event. It isn't just people getting a helicopter one day and say, let's go take care of some feral pigs.
Sure.
But yeah, Arizona did a great job that way. And then, of course, they ended it and the pigs are back. They're trying to protect some very delicate desert scapes and plants and things that only grow certain places, and little animals that the feral pigs got in there, and it was obvious it wouldn't take long for them to just completely destroy.
One of the things that we're dealing with in Minnesota, one of the regulations is who can actually do the trapping. So Eric tells me that the DNR is the only agency that is allowed to do trapping. So that's where the collaboration with that agency, plus his vested interest in it. So there's nuances to how you can hunt them and trap them. So
what about like tribal agencies? Can they do the trapping on their lands then, since DNR kind of doesn't have that?
Yes, I believe they're able to do that, and that's where we're hoping to work with them. So I think they have better eyes on their land than we do. So absolutely being able to trap them was part of the plan. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Right. Thank you, Stephan. Thank you. Stacy, are you ready?
Okay, my wife is actually leads in interesting.
Eradicate feral cattle and all of the virus system.
That's what she's doing, but yeah.
Yeah. Their
sister,
yes, feral cattle. And he tried to let the nature go through, but it was right.
Hello, everyone. Joni, Dr. Schaefbauer sends her regards. She is in South Carolina, enjoying her family, so you're with me, so I apologize. But again, as Dr. Schaefbauer said, I so appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you all and let you know about some issues that are happening at the health department and answer any questions that you may have. So I just wanted to share three things today, just to talk a little bit about a backyard poultry and salmonella and a project that we're doing with the Board of Animal Health and the CDC and other state ag and health departments. Talk about a tragic human rabies death that just we just completed the investigation and published, and it made some of the popular press. So I wanted to share that situation with you all too. And then just talk a little bit about HPAI and human infections that have also made the popular press, and CDC had issued a technical document to hopefully put it all into context. So starting with backyard poultry, across the country, they're increasing in popularity. There's been over 50 million birds that are sold annually, and approximately 1 to 2% of US households own backyard poultry. And we certainly saw a huge increase during the pandemic of people, getting pets of all kinds, including backyard poultry as well. And so there's multiple avenues to acquire these birds, but there are 20 mail order hatcheries that source most of the live poultry that are sold in the United States. And so each life stage of these birds presents a potential risk for disease transmission to the people that are raising them, especially if they're not familiar with animal husbandry practices. And the cases that we deal with the most are salmonella and campylobacter, which are enteric diarrheal pathogens. And so this graph just shows looking at our enteric pathogens, so Campylobacter, Cryptosporidium, Salmonella, Shiga toxin producing E. coli. When we interview the persons that are ill with these pathogens, what type of food production animals that they report. And so you can see with our Campylobacter infections and Salmonella infections, poultry make up a large percentage of the animal contact that these people report in their interviews. And so every year, the state health departments across the country and CDC investigate live salmonella outbreaks that are associated with live poultry contact. And this graph just shows the increasing number of cases that we are seeing. And so this unfortunately only goes through 2020, but that was our largest year where there were over 1,800 cases that were tied to this outbreak and live poultry contact. The cases have gone down a little bit in 2021 and 2022, and last year there were over 1,200 cases reported nationwide. And so when we look in Minnesota, because we are an agricultural state and raising backyard birds is a popular activity, we see approximately anywhere between 30 to 70 cases reported each year of salmonella that are associated with these strains that are associated with backyard poultry. And when we look at the cases, we see about approximately 56% of them are female, 17% are children, 20% of these cases are hospitalized. And we look at where they live, approximately 81% of them live in our rural counties. And 66% of them have purchased baby chicks that season. And so these aren't established flocks, layer flocks. They're people that are bringing new birds into their homes. And 78% of them have purchased them at a feed store or such as like a Bumgar's or Tractor Supply type place to get their birds. And when we look at when they're getting sick, they kind of fit when people are getting new poultry. So we start seeing cases in April. They usually peak in May and June and then kind of trickle off throughout the summer. So we do a combined investigation of these situations to try and give feedback back to the poultry source hatcheries, where we work with Dr. Voss's group and share information when we have cases that are reported to us. And so when someone is positive for salmonella, they've gone to their doctor, they have a diarrheal illness, they're tested, those isolates come to the health department and we interview the cases about their exposures. So we ask them all types of food exposures, animal exposures, any potential risk factors for salmonella. And so if they mention that they have poultry contact and have purchased birds, we then share that information with the Board of Animal Health, and they go back and review the purchase information at the store and confirm that purchase information and the source hatchery. And then we share that information with CDC, who then shares it with the source hatchery so that they're able to look at their surveillance records to see what's going on. But as you can imagine, that's lots of hands, that's someone getting sick, someone going to the doctor. There's, lots of steps and lots of time. And so we don't get the best information from our interviews, and sometimes records aren't kept that well. And being able to specifically identify the types of birds that people are purchasing, that the source hatcheries can then identify which flocks those birds are coming from, can be hard to do. And so what we are doing this year is trying to, so we do have lots of recommendations out there for both the purchasers of poultry. So many of the source hatcheries, if they're doing mail orders, will send out information about salmonella and how to appropriately handle the chicks. There's points of sale information. Anytime we have people that are positive for salmonella and report poultry, we share information with them as well. And Shauna's group also provides information when they're licensing poultry dealers. And there's also national recommendations that were just published this year that address backyard poultry, kind of looking at a whole systems approach and what can the individual owner do to prevent infections, what can health departments do, what can stores, and all the way up to source hatcheries, different steps. And so the project that we're doing with CDC and the Board of Animal Health and 7 other state ag and health departments is trying to move up from the bottom kind of tier of this whole chain, and looking at what is coming into these feed stores, and are there certain types of chicks that are more likely to be carrying salmonella, and can we provide that information back, trying to solve the problem of the chain of misinformation that could potentially happen through our investigations when we're starting with ill people. And so we are working, and again, Dr. Voss's, many thanks to Dr. Voss and her staff, to collect chick papers. So essentially the little material that's on the bottom of the boxes when the chicks are being shipped to the feed stores, and to test them at the University of Minnesota, Tim Johnson's lab for salmonella. And so we are getting copies of the invoices so that we can have specific information. So if we're able to detect a salmonella serotype in those chick papers, then those serotypes are sent, or those isolates are sent to the health department, and we're doing whole genome sequencing so we can compare them to any human isolates. And then that information will then be fed back to the source dealers, or sorry, the source hatcheries. And so the idea is for us to be able to pinpoint, are there specific breeds that are carrying these specific strains that seem to be making people sick, and are there earlier mitigation measures that we can provide information to the source hatcheries. So this project is ongoing. It's really a pilot project, so we'll see what information that we're able to collect this season, and see if it's helpful in adding any clarity for the source hatcheries. And then next, we wanted to share a tragic situation in a gentleman from Minnesota. This actually happened in January of 2021, so in the height of the COVID pandemic. But it's a tragic situation in where everything went right in a rabies investigation. And so we take over 2,000 calls associated with animal bites, bat bites, and work with our Board of Animal Health and Veterinary Diagnostic Lab colleagues to do rabies surveillance in Minnesota. And so human rabies deaths are incredibly rare because we've eliminated canine rabies in the dog population, and now we just have our terrestrial reservoirs of rabies, including bats. And so this gentleman in July of 2020 woke up to being bitten by a bat in his log home, and he caught the bat and did everything appropriately, washed his hands, which is the recommendation if you're bitten by an animal, submitted the bat immediately to the veterinary diagnostic lab. It was tested right away. It was positive for rabies, and we were able to reach out and get in touch with him. He started rabies post-exposure prophylaxis right away. And he and his wife had received the appropriate post-exposure prophylaxis. However, unfortunately, 6 months later, he died of a rabies infection. And so he was actually one of 5 rabies deaths in 2021. The rest were all also associated with that strain rabies, except for one, which is a travel-associated case. But none of the other cases had received post-exposure prophylaxis. And so just a reminder for humans, the post-exposure prophylaxis, if you're not vaccinated, which this person wasn't, is to receive human rabies immunoglobulin, which is essentially immediate protection that is, and that shot is infiltrated around the bite wound, and then a series of 4 rabies vaccinations. And if you are immunocompromised, you receive an extra vaccination and a titer check. And so both are given. And it's usually started in the emergency department, and that's where this gentleman went to get his first shots. And we consider this to be an urgent issue, depending on the location of the bite, but not an absolute emergency. So the fact that it took a couple days for us to get the test results and for him to then go back and start the shots, it was 3 days after he had been bitten. That's completely within the realm of acceptable post-exposure prophylaxis. And so we did an extensive investigation because this was actually the first reported rabies post-exposure prophylaxis failure in the Western Hemisphere since the advent of the new cell-mediated vaccines, which have been around for, I think, 30 plus years. And so the first thing we investigated was there mishandling of the biologics, or was there a manufacturing issue? And so we reviewed all the medical records at the clinics where he had visited and tested the HRIG down at CDC, and the HRIG was potent. It was able to bind to the rabies virus, and there was no storage or administration or quality control issues. So it was administered appropriately. Everything went well. And so then the next question was, well, was he actually exposed to a different bat? But we just didn't know about that one later after this initial incident. And so because we actually had the bat and it was tested at the veterinary diagnostic lab, we were actually able to sequence the virus that was in the bat and compare it to the virus that was in this gentleman. And they were absolutely indistinguishable, so completely identical. So we felt very confident that the bat that bit him is the bat that transmitted rabies. And so this was a silver-haired bat, which have been associated with more stealth exposures. There's some thought that maybe the variant that this particular bat carries can cause infection with a more superficial type of exposure, but they're also migratory species, and they tend to be solitary They're not the bats that set up, colonies in your attic or things like that. So, but again, it was identical. So we felt confident that we had ruled out any other potential bat exposures. And so then we worked with the medical examiners and multiple scientists and pathologists at CDC to evaluate the actual patient. And so in reviewing his medical record, he actually had an elevated IgG levels. It's called an MGUS, which could be a potential precursor to a lymphoma. But this was only identified 2 days before he died. And but on autopsy, he did have prostate cancer that had metastasized to his bone marrow. And when his response to the rabies vaccine was evaluated, the antibodies that he had to the rabies virus appeared to be abnormal, and they weren't actually binding to the virus. And so essentially, we believe that this was a host-mediated PEP failure. So he had an undiagnosed immunocompromising condition that didn't allow him to respond to the rabies vaccination. And so we were left with, well, what do we recommend to clinicians? Because they did everything right in this situation. And so we were left with, kind of just making sure, reminding people to do a full systems review. And if you have any suspicion of immunocompromising conditions, to consider that extra vaccination and a rabies titer, because then we would have known earlier that he hadn't responded to the vaccine. But overall, though, rabies PEP failures are incredibly rare, and most of the failures are associated with failure to follow administrative guidelines. And so this doesn't bring into question the efficacy of rabies post-exposure prophylaxis. So it's just one of those tragic situations where we caught the 0.1111% that won't respond. And then last, I just wanted to go over some of the avian influenza and human risk situations that have been in the media lately. And so I know Joni spoke about this in February. So just to remind everyone that, as far as human infections with avian influenza go, they're spread to people through direct contact with infected birds or their environment, and we don't see person-to-person spread with these viruses. It's very rare and very limited. And so we consider this to not be a public or a safety risk. This is really an occupational risk. And so, the risk is for those people who have direct contact with infected birds. And so, the current virus that is circulating, the H5N1, has no molecular markers of antiviral resistance, so for people, and most importantly, no adaptive substitutions that make them more likely to be transmitted between mammals, including people. But there have been now 7 people across the world who have been identified or where this virus has been detected, including in the UK. There was 1 case in Colorado, 2 cases in Spain, 2 in China, and 1 in Ecuador. And all have had direct contact with ill poultry. And there was just another case reported in Chile with an H5N1, where we're still waiting on the subtyping to know if it's the same clade. But again, following that occupational risk, that we preach all the time, all of them had contact with ill poultry. And so again, the risk is low, but we need people who are in contact with these infected birds to take precautions. And so these cases, because they have popped up across the world as the virus has moved with the migratory patterns, it's come up in the news. And so there's some confusion in the popular press because there are also other H5N1 clades that are circulating, especially in Southeast Asia. And so the current virus that is in the populations in the US, in the wild birds and poultry, is the clade 2344B. And so all of those cases that I reported earlier are with this clade. And so they've all had the close contact with poultry. But there was also a cases in Cambodia, 2 cases, with human cases where a father and daughter were infected after being in contact with ill poultry, and the daughter died. So this made a lot of the national press, but this was actually a different clade of an H5N1 that has been circulating in Cambodia and Asia for decades. But those types of nuances are often missed. And so we just wanted to help share some of that information. And I know Joni had shared this with the poultry communicators group as well. And so again, both viruses are H5N1, but they're very different. And then there have been additional cases in Ecuador and China and Chile with the 2344B that prompted essentially CDC to put out a technical report looking at the specific clade that is circulating in the US and kind of put it all into context. And so this report, which I'm happy to share with folks, essentially just says that, we are seeing sporadic spillover in mammals and in people, and we also have these other clades that are circulating. But at this point in time, all of the sporadic cases have had exposure to ill poultry, and we have no indication of human to human transmission. And so we expect additional infections because there is so much virus that is currently circulating around the world. So this is not unexpected that we'll get a periodic human infection. But most importantly, these H5N1 viruses lack the ability to bind to receptors in the human respiratory tract. So that would be something that would be of concern, of more potential to transmit person to person. And so it's just a reminder that we need to be vigilant and continue our surveillance in wild birds and poultry and wild mammals and people. But again, no elevated concern at this point in time. And so just to end, this is why influenza is one of those classic One Health issues. And we so appreciate the board and the Department of Ag allowing us to be the incident management team to continue to do human surveillance for our responders and poultry industry. So with that, that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions.
With the chick paper sampling project, how were the 7 ag departments chosen? Was it based on the number of cases in those states, or?
Essentially, CDC put out a call to all of the states that tend to have large numbers of these cases and asked if we would be willing to participate.
As pets have become a bigger part of the family, you kind of alluded to that earlier. And then you see some of these videos of these people bringing their baby home from the hospital, and first thing they do is they set it on the floor so the dog can smell and lick the baby. And do you see any kind of increase in diseases that can be spread? And do you have a way of I would guess you have a way of monitoring it. If it's a human baby that would come down and say Campylobacter or something, or do you see any uptick in that type of thing that's going on?
Well, so unfortunately, dog bites are a huge public health problem, but that's not something that we actually track, the number of dog bite incidents. We get a ton of calls on those, and we do rabies investigations and testing of dogs or cats that bite people. So we don't have a good handle on that, but that's what comes to mind first when you talk about babies and animals and things like that. We do have our reportable illnesses that are sent to us. So that's how, Campylobacter and Salmonella are part of that list. And so that's how we investigate and enumerate what's going on. And then we also have projects looking at sepsis or severe illnesses was. And so that could be another way that we could find, if there was a zoonotic pathogen that, was suddenly emerging, that we could look into those. At this point in time, there's nothing unusual that we're noticing, but we're constantly attempting to look anyway. And as we get better diagnostics, we're able to find more and more unusual things too.
Any more questions?
Regarding that fatal rabies case, since you're able to determine in the end kind of what happened and see that the antibodies were not formed correctly or whatever, does that lead to any thought of, is there any way to do any additional testing after vaccines are being administered in these cases to ensure that you're not seeing that same situation? Although I understand it's really rare, but just curious if that leads to any thoughts on doing further testing in those individuals.
Yeah, so in this situation, unfortunately, we weren't able to do a full hematologic, cancer workup to figure out exactly what was going on with his immune system and what the abnormalities were. But if it would have been known that he was immunocompromised at the time that he was exposed, we would have recommended an additional rabies vaccination. So he would have gotten 5 instead of 4. And we would have recommended a titer, a rabies titer. So it would essentially measure the amount of antibodies that he had developed to the rabies vaccine. And so in his case, because at the time of death, he had 0 working antibodies, it would have shown when he had his titer that he didn't respond. And so at that point, it becomes kind of a case by case investigation as to, okay, why aren't you responding? And so we need to look at, what's going on with your immune system and what's happening. And so CDC has investigated a handful of those types of situations. They are usually in people who are experiencing chemotherapy. So they're taking medications to completely wipe out their immune system. And so then they will work with the medical team to figure out how they can administer a vaccine, maybe hold off on chemo for, is there a time when we can take a pause to allow him to allow this person to rebuild up their immune system so they can respond, or can we just give them doses of this passive immunity just over and over and over again? But it's really a case by case situation. And because this is the first recognized case in the Western Hemisphere, at this point in time, there's no structural changes to the recommendations that people will have. It's just a really tragic.
In that regard, I noticed he was 84 years old and I think you'd kind of assume his immune system isn't right on top of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's unfortunate they didn't do a titer and check the titer after each administration to make sure that he responded.
Yeah, no, for sure. As we get older, our immune system just isn't as effective. But the rabies vaccines are some of the most antigenic vaccines that are out there. And so there are a lot of people over the age of 80 actually that receive post-exposure prophylaxis after an exposure like this. And it's not a recommendation to actually check a titer at this point in time. But he definitely, there was some sort of dysfunction, immune dysfunction that was going on with this gentleman.
Any other questions? Thank you, Stacy.
Thanks.
Erin, do we have Albert online?
Yes, I am here.
All right, Albert, go ahead.
All right. This is Albert Rovira. I'm the interim director at the Diagnostic Laboratory, and I don't have a presentation, but I do appreciate the opportunity to give you an update. You can hear me okay, right?
Yep.
Okay, because I cannot access the chat. Excellent. All right, so I'll just give you some brief updates from the VDL. To start, this is the time of the year when we get our contract with the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, the NALN, renewed, and we got it renewed. We are still considered a level 1 lab, and so that went well. And actually, last week we got the information on how much funding we're going to get from the NALN, and it's going to be flat compared to last year, which, you know, operating the lab, it's more expensive every year, and the funding from the NALN doesn't go up. But on the other hand, it's a good thing because other years it has gone down. So now we know it's flat. In relation to that, something that we are doing from the AAVLD, which is the Association of Veterinary Laboratory Diagnosticians, is we are lobbying in DC to try to get the funding from the NALN increased from the Farm Bill. And so there's a group of people working on that from the AAVLD, and we're hoping that that funding will increase for the whole network, and then, you know, each participating lab will get its funding increased. We've had the opportunity to communicate that to Senator Smith. That was yesterday, actually, and last month to Senator Klobuchar. And again, you know, that's part of the one small part of the very many things that are included in the Farm Bill, but we're hoping that maybe we can change that a little bit. So that's in regards to our participation in the NALN. Second thing I wanted to bring up in terms of in the last months, in terms of foreign animal disease investigations, we've been involved in several investigations on HPAI, suspect HPAI cases, a few in backyard farms and a couple in commercial farms. All but one have been negative, as you know, and there's one backyard farm that tested positive. I think we're going to get more information later on, specifically on that, but we've been involved in those. And we have been involved in a few foot and mouth disease investigations, both in swine and in cattle, and those have been all negative. And just recently, we started testing a few samples for canine flu. As you know, it was found in the state canine influenza, and so now this week we're looking at what our role should be in supporting the board on canine influenza as well. But this is very, very recent. So that's for food animal disease foreign animal disease investigations. In terms of equipment, one thing I wanted to bring up, last time we talked, or I gave you an update on equipment, but this time I think I mentioned last time that we are working on getting a new digester, a new tissue digester for the lab. I wanted to bring it up again because there's more developments, and it's a big project getting this tissue digester. This is a big project. We have a tissue digester, which is where all or most of our animal waste, including infectious animal waste, gets disposed of. And this tissue digester that we have is very old, and it's time to get it replaced. But it's a huge project because this is something that's going to cost, you know, between $2 and $3 million for the whole project. This is something that is owned by the university, but managed by us. And we do digest a lot of the waste from other parts of the university. So it's not just a VDL thing. Finally, last year, we got a lot of support and interest from the university to move this forward. And it's moving fast. Fast for a project like this means that there is already an engineering company working on it. There's 4 or 5 different units within the university working together to try to put together a plan that works for everyone. And we are giving a lot of input to to the people making the plans for the new digester so that it works for us. Every now and then we will digest also materials for the Board of Animal Health or for the DNR, so that affects you as well in that regard. And the update that I wanted to bring up today in terms of the digester was that we're having a lot of meetings. It's still moving forward. And so you have an idea, the last plan I saw had a timeline for the replacement of the current digester that it was in the fall of 2024. Just to give you an idea that it's a big project, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen. These things get built to order. So, first thing we need to do is, make a decision on which one, order it, and they'll start building it for us. And there's a lot of work that needs to go into the facilities that will house the new digester. It's not as easy as take the old one out, put the new one in. But it is very good news because it's a huge project. And like I said, a lot of people need to agree at the university to make this happen, and we're all in agreement right now. So that's good news. So that was in terms of equipment. And then finally, in terms of staff, a couple of updates. We still have the search for the new director ongoing. First round of applications that we got, we didn't find any candidates that or the search committee, I'm not in the search committee, but the search committee didn't find any candidates that they thought that they needed to interview. And at this point, the dean has decided to hire a search firm to help us with this search. It is not uncommon for this type of positions to have a hard time finding qualified applicants, and it's happening in other laboratories. So I'm optimistic that with the help of this search firm, the search is going to advance quicker now. And then the other big position that we have open is a position for a food animal diagnostician. And that one, we did do an interview that went very well, and we extended an offer, and we're currently waiting to see if we can hire this person that interviewed for this position, or if we need to keep looking. But it's moving forward faster than the other one. Those are the updates I had from the VDL, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Right. Thanks, Albert. Looks like there's no questions here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right.
So I was kind of late. Is Albert still there? I was kind of late on the, is it okay? What's the downtime like for the digester?
Between the two?
Yeah. And is the new one going in the same spot, or is it another facility?
That's an excellent question. So that we really want to fit into the plan. And from the beginning, we've told the engineers and the planners that we need a plan for that. Right now we have plans for when the digester is down that we can implement, and usually it's down for days, maybe a week. So we have plans that we can implement, but that won't work for this replacement, because yes, it's going in the same place where the current one is. And so in the current plan, there's going to be around 3 months, 2 to 3 months, where we won't have a digester operational. And so we're working on building that plan. Again, it's going to be for the fall of next year. So we have some time to plan. But the plans that we currently have for when the digester are down are not going to work for that period of time. So the answer is yes, it's going in the same place. And we don't have currently a specific plan, but we're working on it.
So to follow up on that, where do you go with that material for 3 months? Probably don't just compost it.
Right. And there are different options. Here in Minnesota, we don't have the option of incinerating. There are some companies that will take it. That is very expensive, but we might want to do that at least with some of the materials. And there are some landfills that are approved to take this type of waste, and they know how to manage this type of waste. And so that's another resource that we might want to use. Again, this is not just our waste, it's the whole university using our facility. So the waste management department at the university, they are working on creating a plan that can work for that length of time.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Albert? Okay. Thanks, Albert.
So hi, everyone. My name is Laura Molgaard. I'm the Dean at the College of Veterinary Medicine. And to reiterate what Albert, Dr. Rovira just said, the waste management office, if you want to call it that, at the University of Minnesota owns the current digester and will own the next digester. So it's really up to waste management to make these decisions, but we're working really closely with waste management to advise on risks and needs. And in particular, because of our partnership with the Board of Animal Health and DNR and others. So this is top of our mind as we're looking at this. In addition to the downtime that we can anticipate as the new digester, as the old digester is being removed and the new digester is being installed, if everything goes as planned in fall of 2024, we can also anticipate that there could be downtime between now and then, because the reason this digester is being replaced is because it breaks. And so there was downtime this winter. I don't remember the exact details of how many days or weeks it was, but just to give you a heads up that I would say I would be surprised if there weren't downtime between now and then. And we would work with waste management as we have in the past to utilize the alternatives, and incineration just is not one of them in the state of Minnesota. So they have engineers and others that partner with us to look at the detail, look at the options, and we'll be in touch with the board and other partners if and when that happens. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong and that doesn't happen, but I just want to give you a heads up that it has happened before and it could happen again. And we store the waste as long as we can, so that we don't have to use those alternative disposal modalities, but there are limits to that capacity. So, in happier news, spring is a big time for student events. And so I just wanted to share a few of those with you. We've got our white coat ceremony coming up here just very soon on the 22nd of April. This is when our students transition from their classroom and laboratory time into the clinical year. And so that's a big event for them. We also have the Path to Practice event, which is a partnership with the MVMA, where our students meet with prospective employers and it's a great networking opportunity for our students. Now, in our current workforce situation where students kind of have to beat off employers with a stick, it's a very different situation than it might have been, I don't know how many years ago, where the students were really looking for jobs, but it's still a great networking experience for them. Commencement or graduation is coming up in middle of May, and I'm really excited that our commencement speaker is Dr. Joni Sheftel. As far as the next group of students that we're admitting, the class of 2027, their decision deadline nationally is just coming up on Monday, April 17th. That's a national deadline, and so we cannot require students to make to communicate their decision to us before then, although some have. And so then we'll begin our onboarding process for that. And then our Vet Fast and Vet Lead students, as well as our transfer applications, happen during the later part of April. Vet Fast is our food animal scholars track. And Vet Lead is an early admissions decision for diversity program modeled after Vet Fast. And that's how we fill our class between the regular admissions process and those early decision processes. The 2+2 program I've talked with you about quite a few times in the past, and just a reminder that our accreditation site visit is coming up. I'll be flying to Sioux Falls on Sunday and then driving to Brookings. We have a welcome reception in Sioux Falls because the FFA is in Brookings at exactly the same time, which is just kind of a coincidence, happy or unhappy coincidence, depending on how you want to think about it. So we're going to be having the reception in Sioux Falls and then driving to Brookings. But that is an exciting time, a big milestone for this program, and a reminder that that accreditation falls under the University of Minnesota's accreditation because we're the degree granting institution. So I will be there. I've mentioned, and by the way, I have seasonal allergies, so I'm non-infectious, but I apologize. It is an awkward time in history to have seasonal allergies. The student loan forgiveness or repayment, I should say, program that I've talked about in the past that's so important to recruiting graduates to move to and stay in rural Minnesota. Up to five either fourth-year students or recent graduates are eligible each year. $15,000 a year, which is $75,000 total max. And the eligibility is practicing in a rural area with a minimum of 50% food animal practice. This is not a huge pool of applicants. And so the chance, well, it isn't a slam dunk, the chances are pretty good. So if you know people who are eligible or will be eligible, encourage them to apply. Oh, one more thing I wanted to mention here. I think it'll be worth considering expanding this, increasing the dollar amount and or the number of slots or the definition. Arizona just came out with their announcement yesterday. They have $100,000. I don't remember how many slots they have. And theirs is for food animal or shelter medicine. So I don't know if those would be the two that Minnesota would want, but food animal, rural medicine, we could talk about that. Research Day was just last week, and that was a really exciting day to celebrate research in the college. And Scott D., who I believe many of you know because he talked to the board when we were in Sleepy Eye last fall or the year before. I don't know, time has become kind of a blur. Scott was our distinguished research alumnus. He got all three of his degrees from the University of Minnesota and then was also in our faculty for a number of years and was a tremendous partner with me in creating the VetFast program and other innovations in our admissions process. So it was great to celebrate with Scott and spend some time with him. That this day is also a great time to celebrate our graduate students and to give them a chance to practice research communication. They did that both through infographics and also through video abstracts of their work. That's really fun. College rankings are pretty controversial. You might have caught some of the news about that and how some schools, law schools in particular, are kind of rage quitting on U.S. News and World Report because it's just a popularity contest. And I would agree from the point of view of U.S. News and World Report for veterinary schools. But QS and Shanghai are two that are a little bit more metrics based and are based on research productivity to some extent at least. And they matter in the University of Minnesota as far as prestige to some extent. And I like them because we do really well. So you can see that we are very highly ranked in both of these, especially the Shanghai ranking. We're ranked number 3 in the US. And also very highly ranked internationally for both of them. And that's because our college is a research powerhouse, among other metrics, but largely because of that. In other research news, before I go on, I don't have a slide about this yet because this was last night. Our MinPro team that's going to be talking to you in a little bit was honored yesterday afternoon for the Academy of Excellence in Team Science. And so that's another big honor. That's one of the highest honors in health sciences at the University of Minnesota. So that was really fun. And maybe I'll have that picture at our next meeting. They're here today, some of them. In research funding news, we have our investigators have just gotten significant funding from the USDA APHIS for poultry and waterfowl research, and then our Rapid Ag Response Fund funding projects have just been decided and approved, and there's considerable funding there for animal health research that came to the college, as well as other funding for extension and CFANs. And then, as Dr. Rovira mentioned, we did get a chance to welcome Senator Tina Smith to the Minnesota Poultry Testing Lab in Wilmer on Monday. She was hosting a roundtable of ag leaders talking about the Farm Bill. And it was a nice chance to remind folks, Senator Smith and the other guests, that the Minnesota Poultry Testing Lab is a branch of the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, which is a part of the College of Veterinary Medicine. And he got to talk with that group a little bit more about some of the priorities of the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, including the NALM funding that he mentioned. Some other legislative news that I've mentioned, perhaps at our last meeting, was that I was at the legislature a couple times this spring talking about a bill making changes to the Practice Act, making it easier for the college to hire foreign trained, internationally trained veterinary faculty. The current Practice Act in Minnesota is just sort of unnecessarily restrictive and makes it harder to hire those folks, whereas some other states have institutional license language that makes it more flexible, in that faculty member can be hired with an institutional license that, as long as they work at the college, they're licensed. If they were to leave the college, then they have to be licensed like any other veterinarian. And that is included in the Senate Ag Policy Omnibus Bill. It probably won't pass this year because the House is focusing on other issues, but baby steps. And then Albert mentioned again that there are a number of leadership searches going on around the college. I've got 6 searches for my direct reports going on right now. That keeps me on my toes. And the most recent one to launch was the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab Director, but I've been fast tracking that, including hiring the search firm, as he mentioned, because that is such an important position. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, quick question on graduates.
Yeah.
What percentage of those do you have any way of knowing are going large animal? What percent are going small animal?
Yeah. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I can bring them along next time, but I can tell you that we have considerably more food animal and food animal mixed graduates than most other veterinary schools. And as we bring those 2+2 graduates, the SDSU graduates, that will increase it more. They have, last I checked, of their 20 students, only 2 were tracking small animal. That's very, I mean, it's not 0, but it's very small compared to a typical veterinary student class. So I would say in a typical year, we would have maybe 6 or 7 VetFast students. And so we know from tracking VetFast students, Food Animal Scholars Track is what FAST stands for, that almost all of those will end up being food animal or food animal mixed, like 99%. And then we admit other students who didn't come through VetFast who are food animal exclusive, maybe another, let's say 5. And then we will have a considerable number of food animal mixed students. So I would have to bring back the numbers for you, but it's considerably more than your average vet school nationally. And it'd be interesting to see how we fare compared to our local competitors like Iowa State, but I think we measure up pretty well. And I'm an Iowa State grad, so I'm not knocking. Thanks.
Ready?
I'm just going to give you a little bit of a influenza update, just to kind of get you up to speed with where we're sitting. And then I'm going to follow up with Lucy Hunt, who's going to provide you a little bit of some of that collaboration that we've got going on, which we really appreciate. So I'm going to start out with a case that's not related to HPAI. And it's not actually an avian influenza, but it did get some kind of I don't want to say press, but there was some chatter kind of out and about on this case. And so this is a farm in Minnesota down in Murray County that processes down in Iowa. And their routine NPIP pre-market testing was sent down to Iowa State. And that came back, it was a PCR test that they did, that came back as a matrix positive, which just means it was picking up an influenza A. And it was H5 and H7 negative. So just with it being H5, H7 negative, we know that it's not a high path. This particular farm has a history of some swine influenza infections. It's very close. It sounds like it's surrounded on 3 sides by some pig farms. And when I talked to the grower, he said these birds are aggressive. They're very feisty. There's no evidence of any sort of illness in the flock, and so that was all good news. And then that ended up coming back from NVSL, confirmed swine lineage, H1N1. And so I know just with the timing of when this one came on, I think it got people pretty excited that this was back, and it was kind of, we were kind of, it was starting early. But this is just a reminder to you guys that we occasionally pick up other types of influenza. They're not all high path, and this flock marketed no problems, and we're doing fine there. So that was back in middle of March. I don't have a date on this, but probably a week or so after that, we were notified by an upland game producer in Minnesota who was very nervous because he had delivered some pheasants to a farm in Michigan and was contacted by that Michigan producer that his farm had broke with the HPAI, high path. And, we worked with the state to confirm that information and through USDA to get all of that information. The rumor mill within the industry, as we all know, travels faster sometimes than the official channels. And so we were able to confirm that this particular farm in Michigan was a previously infected farm. And so we made sure that the farm in Minnesota, which still had birds on it, it's a breeder flock and a raised for release type facility, checked in with that owner. No clinical signs were being reported at the time, but we did quarantine his operation, and we did testing of his flock every other day for 14 days. His flock continued to remain healthy, and so at that point in time, when all the testing was negative, we did release the quarantine. So just kind of a reminder here that, we sometimes get pulled into other suspect cases across the country. We worked pretty closely with Dr. Cardona at the University of Minnesota on the secure upland game bird plans, because we hadn't really had to deal with a game bird facility, which is set up different than a lot of commercial poultry operations where they're in barns, just to make sure that our testing strategy was going to be effective to be able to detect an infection if there was one there. And then that brings us to our case of high path that I'm sure you all heard about. I was actually notified by a private veterinarian who was working with their client and that a few days prior to them contacting me, he was working with the grower to just kind of work up a case of a few mortality in that flock. And so those birds were sent to the VDL for diagnostic workup. But when the flock mortality continued to uptick, he reached out to the board to make sure that he was reporting that. And I was able to work with the VDL to make sure that samples had actually been collected from that flock. And we got those tested right away for influenza. And it did come back positive at the null lab with an H5. And then NBSL was able to confirm that case. The flock was about 100 birds. We went kind of back and forth with USDA on how it would end up being classified according to the World Organization for Animal Health, whether it was going to be a poultry flock or a non-poultry flock. And the question came up in that they were giving away eggs to friends, neighbors, their community. They weren't particularly selling them, right? So there wasn't the for sale signs out there or any evidence that they were trading. And so we ended up classifying it as a non-poultry flock, which means that we didn't have to establish that 10-kilometer control area around the farm and do all of the surveillance testing and quarantines and permitted movements that's associated with that. And it also allowed us to kind of continue on our track to hopefully regaining that disease-free status with HPAI, because the non-poultry flocks don't have that same restrictions. I actually think that's, I have a couple more slides, I guess, just to kind of, you guys have seen these graphs now a number of times. This is an ongoing outbreak from 2022. And so this is the same graph that you've now seen every couple months with our one new case there at the end of March. And our total case count then from the start of March 2022 is now 111 total premises. And you can see how we've got them broken down, primarily turkey, a couple backyard poultry flocks, and then a large number 28 of the non-poultry operations. And that is the last slide that I had.
Your Murray County situation.
Yeah.
Aerosol, I assume, is probably the presumed method of spread in that situation. Have they seen it ever go the other way? You know, from chickens back into pigs in an aerosol manner?
Everybody's worst nightmare, right? No, and there is, I think, a risk of spreading these swine influenzas to other poultry operations, but as far as I'm aware, there's no evidence that it's going back into the pigs, but there's probably smarter people who study influenza virus if you can answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
So last year, I think there was a case in Stewart County as well. Do you know how far apart these two cases were from each other?
Yeah, I don't know specifically. I do know so this was actually, it was LeSueur 4, which means we had 3 other cases last year because it starts with 1.
Yeah.
When we drew that control area just to kind of see what was in there, there were no commercial premises within that 10-kilometer zone. So it's at least 10 kilometers away from any other. And then when we pulled in the 20-kilometer surveillance zones, there was going to be just a handful of commercial operations.
Okay.
As Dr. Rovira mentioned, we are continuing to investigate any suspect cases. So we've tested a handful of commercial operations that have had just an uptick in mortality, and then a handful that have come in through our sick bird reporting line. And we're fortunate enough at this point that everything else has remained negative. Okay. Do you want to do your thing?
So Lucy Hunt with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture. I've presented before you a couple of times before. Wanted to just recap today some of the more technical details of the response. Shauna went through some of the the animal health side of things. And I just wanted to remind you how we set up our responders, how we make this all happen. You know, it seems like magic sometimes, but there's a lot of people that go on behind the scenes when it comes to an emergency response like this. This is a graphic of a USDA typical foreign animal disease response. And I know you can't read any of those boxes, but just to give you an idea of the scope and the breadth of a response, there's just a whole lot of people involved. And so when we take this template and put it on Minnesota, that is where our incident management team really shines. And so I'll take you through a little bit about how we work together. We all remember back in 2015 when we were first faced with HPAI, kind of pulled a team together by volunteers. Nobody, had heard of an IMT before. So after that, we were able to establish a more formal group, the incident management team within the Department of Agriculture. We were established in 2017, along with the Office of Emergency Preparedness and Response, to give ourselves a fighting chance for the next time that something big came up. We didn't want to be caught in that position like we were in 2015. And so we wanted to really work on this preparedness section, preparedness side of how we were going to be able to support the Board of Animal Health in a foreign animal disease response, in addition to any other agricultural emergencies or disasters that would come up along the way. So that requires what we call in the emergency response business situational awareness. This means, sounds like what is going on around you. We look at threats on the horizon. We're very aware of and preparing for African swine fever at this time, working closely with the board and our USDA partners, looking at flood reports or flood forecasts from the Red River Valley, drought outlooks, those sorts of things. We're always kind of bringing in information and making these threat assessments with all of our groups. We do organize training and exercises, not only for our responders so that they know what positions they need to do, but for industry, we like to make sure that we have a good, strong partnership with the industry and with all of our agency partners. One of the worst things we can do in a response is meet somebody new that day. So we really, really like to develop these networks ahead of time, and exercises and trainings are a perfect way to go about that. I didn't put it in the slide here, but I do want to make sure that we're including our radiological work. We have a branch that does radiological disasters in and of itself. So should one of our two nuclear facilities in Minnesota have an issue, we've also got a response branch that is working specifically on the radiological work for farms. The group, as I mentioned, came together in 2015, got our baptism by fire. We also were very instrumental in the supply chain disruption event for swine in 2020 from the COVID meatpacking plant shutdown. So we regrouped in 2020, brand new to us, did everything virtual. So you can kind of see the flexibility of this group. We'd always been, an in-person sort of team. And then in 2020, we really learned how to take this virtual response. And so now in 2022, we've used both of our experiences with HPAI specifically and with our virtual response and be able to make that really come together for our 2022 response. And also a little more technical details. We've had a longstanding memorandum of understanding between the board and the MDA. And this basically lays out how we are going to be working together through a response. The board has the jurisdiction over the animal disease, animal disposal issues. They will delegate some authorities to us so where we can be able to take over the response and allow them to put the experts where the experts are needed. We can't, we don't want to waste any DVMs out there. So we're able to take up some of those support functions and organize the response in a way where we can use people most efficiently and effectively. The MOU also states that we've got that preparedness and planning function. And again, we work closely together to make that happen. Our emergency notifications, the Department of Ag is the hub for statewide duty officer reports. So any state notifications that come in for carcass disposal will come to us. We'll then put those out to the board folks to take care of. Response, of course, what we're going to be talking about, and then the communication piece. We're always available to support the board in communications. And I just wanted to give you just a quick visual of how integrated our response team is. Every line you see here is 3 people doing the same job. And so I've got these color coded. The blue are the board people, green are MDA staff. We've got USDA people in there, and then we've got our temp or contract people. So we're a very integrated group. We don't just, say you do your piece, we'll be over here doing ours. We work very closely together and share a lot of data, a lot of information between people doing the same jobs on these things. So I'm really proud of how the staff work together with people from other agencies and how we've been able to really make this a pretty high-class accomplishment. Another really important part of our response has been the ag emergency account. This was also a response from the 2015 HPAI incident where we were struggling to finance an incident before, it takes time to get federal dollars coming through those. There's a lot of paperwork and negotiations that take place. Again, with our swine incident in 2020, there was a lot of back and forth at the federal level about who might cover that. And so having an ag emergency account is our cushion. This is available to us. It started out with $1 million in 2016, and it has been a real lifeline that's available to us through the Department of Agriculture for emergency preparedness and response. And we've been able to start our responses on day one, full force. We've got all of our accounts lined up through this fund, and we pay a lot of the things that are overages that the USDA won't cover, or incidentals that we just need to pay now until we can find a way to finance them through different sources later. So I wanted to just remind you of this ag emergency account. It's been added to over time. We've been very fortunate through our state legislature that they've been very generous with us. And I wanted to give you a little bit of a financial picture here. Unfortunately, these numbers are fairly old. These are from the beginning of February. I'm getting my new numbers this afternoon. So if anybody's interested in more updated numbers, I can get those to you later this week. But just to give you an idea of what we're spending money on, payroll is a big issue. A lot of people, say, well, my staff can help you, but can't pay them out of my grant money. So we need to find a funding source for just the staff that work on the incident. And the arrangement with the USDA is that USDA will pay all of our overtime, but we are responsible for those first 8 hours. And so this fund has been able to pick up the payroll for our staff. It's been smoothing out a lot of wrinkles when it comes to actually getting the people to do the work. Our incident command post is our facility out in Wilmer where we physically gather to run the response out of. It includes kind of an office type area. We do a lot of our storage of supplies out there. So we make sure that we've got a place to be once we're ready to go. This place is already prepped and ready to go for the spring. We've got our contract services. This includes our depopulation crews. We use a West Central Environmental Consultants out of Morris, and this is our fund that we pay. The USDA pays up to a certain point, and then we pay over the top whatever is left. Our contract services. Minute is our state kind of networking IT infrastructure costs, and then of course our various equipment and supplies. So we have spent about $1.8 million out of the ag emergency account in 2022. We do have approximately 2.3 million remaining for this year, so I'm not worried. We're sitting pretty, doing quite well with that. And then we also have I mentioned the USDA cooperative agreement with the Department of Agriculture. So we've got plenty of money left over in there where we can move through expenses quite efficiently and easily. We've got $750,000 remaining in that pot. So wanted to let you know that we are in a good financial position for our 2023 response. Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, Albert mentioned this already, the $1.5 million that came through the Department of Agriculture, headed out toward the VDLs for their equipment. And that was just my brief my brief for you. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer those, but wanted to make sure that you had an understanding of the behind the scenes work of the HPAI response.
There's a question online from Amy Cordry. So you can go ahead.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name is Amy Cordry, and I'm here in southeast Minnesota, where the birds are singing today. Thank you to the board members, and I have to give a shout out to Michael Cruson. Good morning, everyone, and hi, Marc. Birds are why I am here. Avian flu specifically, and it's been an amazing meeting having and listening to that information, which is all excellent. The Board of Animal Health, your communication is, for the most part, excellent. Animal bites, the information on the website, and the news releases. When I look at those regarding avian flu, all say that biosecurity has an important component of transportation in and out of those facilities. And that leads me to the Winona County Manure Digester Project here in southeast Minnesota. The project indicates that poultry waste, or bedding, as they like to call it, will be part of what they use to create biofuel. So I have two questions for either Lucy or Shauna. My first question is, can you explain any possible ramifications that could arise in the transportation of very large amounts of poultry waste in and out of such a facility? We're talking 150 trucks a day, I believe, so that's certainly large. And number two, what biosecurity measures would be required for a facility of this type? When I look on the website, it seems the NPIP, biosecurity premise information, would be something. Is that an approval? And also regarding inspections and testing for a situation such as this. So thank you all very, very much.
Turning that one over.
Thanks for the question, Amy. I don't know if I can answer all of that. All of our large commercial poultry operations in Minnesota do participate within the NPIP program. And that for those birds that are sending their birds to market, so similar to that Murray County case, they do get a pre-market avian influenza test that's conducted. It's oftentimes a serology-based test, and so we're looking for evidence of past exposure. So, but it is an indication, at least, of what's happening in that flock, at the time that they go out to market. we don't necessarily regulate restrictions or movements off of uninfected farms. You know, as far as manure, we certainly have jurisdiction over infected farms and what happens to that manure. So I don't know if that answers your question at all. I know there was a similar facility in Benson that shut down a number of years ago. And I don't remember hearing any significant issues with disease transmission for that. Is there anybody else in the room that can tackle those questions?
So what I'm hearing you say, excuse me. What I'm hearing you say is that unless there was an current and obvious infection that was being addressed, there would be no testing or inspections or any kind of approval for moving that material for this project.
Not from the Board of Animal Health side of things. And you know, you before the company's biosecurity plans, and so I should probably address that as well. Each farm is supposed to have a company specific, farm specific biosecurity plan, and that does address movement of waste, potentially, you know, within, you know, we're mostly focused on protecting the birds that are on the ground. But that is something that each company has to kind of address within their NPIP biosecurity plan. But we don't permit or audit each and every movement off the farm.
So is this something that you would need to be engaged with the MPCA on their EAW for this project in looking at prevention down the road of a situation that could be critical?
I'm happy to engage and chat with anybody who's got questions on it that where our jurisdiction might have some overlap.
So at this time, there's nothing that would be involved on your part?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Your presentations were scintillating. Thank you.
There would be a head of marketing. There's testing that's done of those flocks ahead of marketing that will give you a cross section of what went on, what was going on that day on that site, correct?
So there's a couple different types of tests that you can use for influenza testing within the NPIP program. For our pre-market testing in Minnesota, I mentioned it's primarily serological based. And what NPIP says is that you have to have a test within 21 days of market. And so if we do a blood test, say even 14 days, you know, prior to them moving, we're really looking at what those birds were exposed to in the weeks leading up to that. So by the time they actually go to market, they could have been exposed to something else. And so we don't have an exact picture of what happens on the day that they left. Unless they're already in the established control area where that testing is required prior to movement.
So conceivably, what could happen is that waste could go out to a facility such as I'm speaking of, and then those birds going to market, I'm not sure of what the template is for cleaning turkey barns, but and then those birds would be going to market and be tested before they actually departed for market. And then after that waste had already been transported, then you would know if that flock were positive or negative.
The testing has to be done prior to the birds leaving. And it's up to the processing plants to make sure that that testing is in order. And so I know companies are really, really good about making sure that that testing is done. And Erica can probably attest to that. They want to see that negative result in hand before they send the load out trucks. And then, of course, the litter wouldn't move until after the birds are gone.
Okay.
I don't know if I can.
I think I see the confusion here. The birds have to leave first, and then the waste is cleaned out of the barn And
Okay.
so it wouldn't be that the waste was going somewhere and now you find out the birds are sick.
Okay, and they never clean the barns out in the meantime prior to that.
This is Erica Sawatzke. I'm a turkey producer, Amy, and so I maybe can shed some light to you, but it really depends on farm to farm. My family, we used to be turkey breeders, so we had hens that were laying eggs that we would sell to a hatchery. So your environment in your barn, our hens were in our lay barns for approximately 8 months, and then they would go to market. And so that's a long time, you know, for birds to be in a barn. So plus the environment that those hens and those eggs are in, you want that to be clean. So after, typically when breeder hens are done laying and they go to market, that barn is thoroughly cleaned out. All of that manure is taken out, and then that barn is, you know, washed and disinfected. Myself, now we're raising light hens on a commercial farm. So our brood barn where our babies, our poults are, that's cleaned out after every flock. And so the litter, the bedding is completely removed, cleaned, washed. In our barns where I move into, I call that a finisher barn. Those hens are in there for about 2 months. So those barns, some of that manure will be like on the top if it's wet, like if I've had a water spill from a water drinker, I'll take out. But the entire barn, all of that manure I keep in, and I clean that out thoroughly once a year. But all of that manure, you know, no matter kind of what type of farm you're on, is stored outside. And farms have to have a permit, like a storage permit, and we have to have a manure management plan with our county. And so I think, you know, we should recognize too that manure, there's a lot of microorganisms in that manure. And so when it sits there, that's continuing to cook, you know, and so you're, you know, if you have any sort of disease, I mean, that manure it's heating, it's cooking, you know, as well. And so like for me on my farm, we also raise corn and soybeans. And that manure, I want to sit for a year outside before I can put it, you know, on my fields. And that's part of our manure management plan as well. So I don't know if you have any more questions, but that is just kind of a brief overview of how we do it. And like I said, each farm is different. I mean, for turkey farmers that are raising heavy toms, they're going to be cleaning out their barns after every flock. It's similar to a breeder hen. Those toms are in a barn a lot longer than my light hens. So you know, you have more manure accumulation in that barn. Your lifespan is longer.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you. That helps me understand your business. To clarify then, specifically, only when the animals leave the farm, the poultry, are they tested. And then post that, the manure, litter, bedding is removed for the most part, but perhaps not every single time. Is that a process I understand?
Yeah, and you know what, I didn't touch on that, but the testing of our flocks. But so birds on my farm, they go to market. I'm sending a flock about every 6 to 7 weeks to the processing plant. So you know, every flock has to be tested, like Dr. Voss said. You have that window of 21 days before they go. So I generally, about a week ahead of time, I will go in and I'll pull blood samples and I send that to the poultry testing lab where Dr. Voss is at. And there, you know, with NPIP regulations, there's a certain number of turkeys that you have to pull blood from per flock. So there, you know, there's regulations in place for the amount of samples that you need to show that. And so I have to wait, you know, to hear back, hey, your birds do not have influenza before I know that I can send them to the processing plant.
Yeah. Well, that's certainly wonderful to hear. Thank you. I guess the last part would be carcasses, because I understand that may also be part of what this product, part of the product they use. So the same format of testing and what I'm hearing, is that similar when carcasses leave the turkey farms or poultry farms? Dead birds.
We only address like normal daily mortality. And actually, I'm kind of Terry, who's covering his face, hoping he's not going to be recognized. I can probably dive in a little bit deeper, but we don't have any specific requirements as far as like if a rendering truck were going to come and pick up those that daily mortality. But we do again expect in their NPIP biosecurity plan audit that they're addressing and controlling that risk to prevent infection, bringing that infection onto their farm. It's somebody else who deals with carcasses. Brian or Terry, do you have any further?
Most places compost or they have rendering. And if they're composting, they're disposed. I mean, that's getting rid of their virus or any bug that might be there. As for rendering, I guess I'm not. The trucks have to be sealed, covered. They can't, you know, they're not supposed to drop anything on public roads. It's pretty contained when they're rendering too.
Right, and this facility specifically indicates that trucks go into the building to unload, are unloaded, and then come out of the building. So I guess there would be, I will ask you, the experts, if there would be any regular or intermittent kind of testing for that facility inside as an assurance that we're not spreading contagion.
I'm sorry, this is Brian Hoefs. I'm not sure what facility you're talking about right now. Are you talking about the barns that are being cleaned out or the digester?
I'm talking about the digester. Those trucks go inside the facility, be unloaded, and then come out. So it seems an opportunity if there were contagion for that to exist. Is there any kind of a situation or plan for testing or inspecting that situation?
I think that's a question better suited for MPCA on that.
I wonder if they'll turn it back to you.
Well, probably so. We deal with the animal side of things, so we certainly we'd be able to discuss more about the barns themselves and kind of the process on that end. The digester end is a little bit out of our purview.
Sure, I understand. It's an interesting and rather novel situation. So there's a lot of unknowns, and I appreciate everyone's efforts. Is there anything else before I leave?
I would just add, you know, our goal is to prevent disease spread. So we're doing everything on our end. The producers certainly are avoiding all possible avenues of viral load occurring on their farms and spreading. So when they're moving this litter, when they're moving carcasses, they're doing everything to isolate those to prevent additional virus or disease from spreading, whether it be avian influenza or something else. So Terry had mentioned it too. There's strict regulations on how carcasses can be moved around in the state of Minnesota. There's regulations that those are in sealed containers. A lot of these producers are composting right on site. So similar to what Erica talked about, there's virus elimination just by the composting process. So our goal is to eliminate disease, and we hope MPCA is doing the same thing.
All right. Well, I'll let him know that. Thank you all very much. I appreciate everything you do, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are past our time for lunch, so we'll take a break for lunch. We will start, let's take a 25-minute break. Is that okay? 25 minute? A 25-minute break for lunch. So we'll start at 12:35.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Great, thank you. So there's a few different ways that prion diseases can be diagnosed in a conventional way. One of those is what we call an animal bioassay. Basically, you take an animal of some kind, see if some sample will make that animal sick. It has some advantages, key one there being that it's definitive. If your supposedly infectious sample makes an animal sick, you got the disease there. It's also extremely sensitive. The defined limit of detection for an animal bioassay is 1 infectious dose. You can figure out what the minimum amount of material needed to infect an animal is using an animal bioassay. Now, with prion diseases, there's some pretty big disadvantages to animal bioassays, and this is why we don't use animal bioassays as a diagnostic tool other than in research. The big one being that it's slow. Prion diseases used to be called slow viruses because one of the key features of them is that they have an incredibly long duration of disease. So you have to sit and watch these animals for 2 years and see if they get sick. As such, this also makes animal bioassays extremely expensive. You have to house these animals for these years. You have to feed them. You have to have veterinarians taking care of them and monitoring them. So really, animal bioassays are only used as a research tool at this point. It's not really used as a diagnostic tool any longer. Other things that we can use that are more commonly used are things like ELISA. This is a short way of saying enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay. It's quite a mouthful, but it's basically a microplate-based assay. So we take a little plate, put some samples on it, and then look at it with a device, kind of reads the color of this assay. Now, ELISA is useful because it's very, very fast. Whereas animal bioassays take a couple of years or so to complete, ELISAs can be done in a matter of hours. They're comparatively inexpensive too. I say comparatively, this kit cost a few years ago something on the order of $800 per each. But with those advantages comes the fact that ELISA is not very sensitive. We mentioned that the limit of detection for an animal bioassay is pretty good. With ELISA, it's fairly low. You're going to be having to test an animal that is in relatively advanced stages of the disease before ELISA is going to pick it up with even the best of tissues. One other big disadvantage of ELISA is that there's exactly one supplier of the USDA approved ELISA kit. This company right here called Biorad. This is actually a picture of the kit that they send you when you order one of these things. This means that if there's ever a supply chain issue that you're not able to get these, it causes a bottleneck in testing, like we saw as recently as last year. I'm not sure if Minnesota had problems getting these, but I know, for instance, the state of Michigan had some serious problems actually getting a hold of these tests. So it creates problems in that regard. Now, there's another test that's pretty commonly used that's considered in the realm of a gold standard test for diagnostics, and that's what we call IHC, or immunohistochemistry. Basically, what this is you take a piece of animal tissue of some kind, section it off super thin, and then stain it in a particular way, looking for those prion aggregates that are commonly associated with disease. Now, they show up on these images, which are from an animal that was artificially infected with CWD, as these kind of brown stains right here. You can see them to a lesser extent in these other slides too. Now, IHC has pretty good sensitivity for the most part. It's on par with ELISA. It's reasonably fast, and you'll notice I have an asterisk there because it does require a fair bit more hands-on effort than the ELISA. It requires a technician to section tissue, to stain the tissue, and then it requires a pathologist to interpret that test afterwards as well, which is kind of one of the big disadvantages too. It requires a fair amount of hands-on and labor-intensive processing to actually get the results that you're looking for. It also requires intact tissue. In other words, you have to have properly handled and preserved tissue before the test can be considered valid. So this brings into play some of the newer technologies that MinPro has worked on, a number of different research groups have worked on, and that is amplification assays like RT-QuIC. Now, before we get into that, we should talk about the different tissues that are required for CWD diagnostics. Just having a test is one thing. What pieces of the animal you use to test for that is quite another. So generally, the best tissues for testing are either what we call the obex, which is actually a part of the brain stem. This is the best tissue when you're testing elk, and it's still very, very good when you're testing white-tailed deer. The other option is what's called the retropharyngeal lymph node, which is generally regarded as the best for white-tailed deer, but still very, very good for elk. Now, of course, neither of these tissues can be acquired from a living animal in most cases. This is solely a post-mortem tissue test. So the animal has to already be dead for us to use these best tissues for diagnostics. Now, there's some other options that can be used as well. So tonsil, there's some papers out there that have used the third eyelid of the deer actually as well for testing. And the last one here that we have listed is rectoanal mucosa associated lymphoid tissue, yet another mouthful, commonly called ROMALD. So all of these are reasonably good for CWD diagnostics, but with the advent of our amplification assays like RT-QuIC, it opens up a couple of other ones. So particularly ear and skin samples. You'll notice the key difference between ear and skin samples compared to all of these other tissues is that it is by far the least invasive tissue for diagnostic purposes. So I wanted to review a little bit about how RT-QuIC actually works. So one of the key features of prions in particular, the disease agent of CWD, is that they can self-replicate themselves. They can take a normal prion protein and it can enter into a diseased state. And this is part of the disease process of prion diseases in general. Normal prion is misfolded by a diseased prion, and this process repeats, ultimately leading to a diseased state. And what RT-QuIC does is it actually exploits that self-replication ability of prions to take a very, very small amount of infectious prion and increase it to the point that we can actually detect it in some form or fashion. So the general process, how this works is we take a specimen of some kind, we take a bunch of correctly folded prion protein that we've grown in a lab, we mix them together with a special dye, and we put them in another one of these well plates, and we let it incubate for a few days with a series of shaking steps thrown in. And what happens during that time is if we have infectious prions present, it's going to change these protein monomers, these individual correctly folded prions, into a diseased state. So you're going to start with some initial seed. It's going to interact with the individual ones, and these amyloids, these big fibers of incorrectly folded prion protein, are going to grow and get larger, and eventually we're going to be able to see them, as it were. That's where this dye comes into place. So in RT-QuIC, if you have a positive sample, the data output that we'll get is going to look something like this. We'll have a period of low fluorescence, and then eventually it'll spike up like this and plateau off. This is what a positive sample looks like right here. If you don't have a sample that has prion in it, it's going to look something like this flat line right here. You'll never see this increase in fluorescence over a period of time. So RT-QuIC has been around for a little over 10 years now. And this is just some data regarding the number of publications regarding RT-QuIC. So again, the first ones were published in 2010, and pretty much every year we've seen an increase in the number of manuscripts being published that use RT-QuIC in a research capacity. So it's not exactly new, and it's getting increasingly popular as a research tool as well. So it's fairly well established. So I'd mentioned before about the ability to detect prions using different detection methods. This is one of my favorite figures from a paper published by a group out of Colorado State. They actually compared the sensitivity of different detection methods using a pool of diseased deer brain homogenate. And what they found was that the ELISA could detect CWD in these brain pool homogenates down to a dilution of 10 to the minus 2. That's kind of a more complicated way of saying 100-fold dilution. You can dilute this CWD brain homogenate 100 times, and it can still be detected in the ELISA. Now, compare that to, say, the bioassay, which I mentioned earlier is far more sensitive. You can see we can get down to about 10 to the minus 6, or about, let's see, 10, let's see, is that 100,000 times more dilute? You can compare that to RT-QuIC, which is roughly on the order of this bioassay, with perhaps even a little bit more sensitivity if performed in ideal cases. So that's the big appeal of this. And this is where the increased sensitivity of RT-QuIC comes into play. Because it has this increased sensitivity, it allows us to go and use things like skin, for instance, where there's less prion present, but are far easier to access and utilize for diagnostic testing. So that's not to say that RT-QuIC is less useful in good tissues. Even in comparatively good tissues, it still tends to work better than IHC. So this is another study from that same group that looked at two different methods of detection, IHC and RT-QuIC, using two different tissues, tonsil and remote. So what they did was they had some animals, some deer that they had artificially infected with CWD, and monitored the progression of the disease through these tissues using both of these methods post infection. So at 6 months, the IHC samples, which again, this is another little slide of the cells that were taken from these animals, both of these are negative, and in RT-QuIC, everything is negative too. This actually brings up an interesting point here. You'll notice that we do have a few traces here that do show an increased fluorescence in RT-QuIC. Whenever we're running an RT-QuIC test, we never run the test by ones. We always use multiple replicates of a given sample. Some people use 4. We've commonly been using 8 with a lot of our research, but it's never just one. Typically, that plays into the diagnostics aspect of a given sample too. Usually, folks implement some kind of test, like saying, well, typically like half or more of our replicates have to have seeding activity, have to have this increase in fluorescence before we're going to call it positive. So just because we had one of these samples show an increase in fluorescence, we're not going to regard that as positive. None of the other ones did. It could be random chance. So we're going to discard that and call that negative. So The comparison here, when we look at tonsil tissue and remote tissue, for instance, at 9 months post-infection, all of a sudden, we're getting a whole lot of these traces popping up in RT-QuIC. We're seeing multiple replicates pop up. We're seeing them pop up fairly early. Pretty clear indication that we're starting to get detection. Now, at the same time, you'll notice that our IHC samples are all still negative. 0 out of 3, 0 out of 2. None of those samples had detectable CWD. By 12 and 15 months, we tend to have a little bit more agreement. Tonsil is starting to show IHC positive, but we already got RT-QuIC. At this point, remote has caught up with the tonsil in terms of detection in RT-QuIC. And by 15 months post-infection, we're largely in agreement. It's IHC positive in both tissues. You can actually see the little deposits right here and right here showing up as well. So this gets more into our skin results. So there's been a few different papers, 2 papers as of now, that have looked at using RT-QuIC to test for CWD in skin. Cool. All right, so we're going to get back to our first semester epidemiology courses right here and talk about the different ways that we can assess a diagnostic test. And 2 of the most basic measures that we can use are what we call sensitivity and specificity. So sensitivity is what we call the ability of a test to correctly determine that an animal has the disease. In other words, if it has the disease, the test can tell us that it has the disease and doesn't tell us that it does not have the disease. Specificity is the ability to correctly determine that an animal does not have the disease. In other words, we're correctly identifying animals as negative for the disease. So these are some of the results of a paper that I was actually a co-author on, and our graduate student at the time wanted to compare RT-QuIC results in a number of different tissues from hunter-harvested deer in RT-QuIC and see how everything shaked out. So this chart has brief descriptions of all of our different animals that we were testing, and then the different tissues that we tested too. So what we're really interested in here is a comparison between RPLN, again, one of our definitive tissues that we were talking about, and our ear tissue. So we have a few different scenarios that come about because of this. So first, we have an animal that in 8 of 8 RT-QuIC replicates in the RPLN tested positive for what we call seeding activity. We saw that spike increase in fluorescence. So 8 out of 8 were positive with RPLN. The animal was almost assuredly sick with CWD. And in our ear tissue, we had a similar result, 8 out of 8. This is an example of a true positive. It implies that we generally have a good sensitivity if you have a lot of these type of samples showing up in your assay. Now, there's another kind of scenario that could come up where we have something like this, 0 out of 8 showing up in the RPLN and RT-QuIC, implying that the animal probably doesn't have the disease. And we have general agreement with the ear too, only 1 out of 8. If we're setting a rule that we want half of our replicates to show increased fluorescence before we decide that it's positive, then this would be what we call a true negative. True negatives would imply that we have a pretty good specificity of the assay. Now, let's look at another example. This one right here. We had 8 out of 8 replicates turning on in RPLN, but we only had 2 out of 8 in the ear. If we were just using the ear, we would consider this animal negative for CWD. This is what we call a false negative, which would decrease our sensitivity. We're less likely to detect an animal that is actually sick with the disease. Now, the final example I'm going to show is what we might call a false positive. So we have an animal here that had 0 out of 8 of its RPLN replicates turning on, but we had 3 out of 8 coming on with its ear. Now, I picked this one because it was the closest we got in this study to a false positive. when we actually did our study here, we had no false positives by the definition that we set forward for detecting CWD using this ear tissue. But this was the closest we got. Again, 3 out of 8. We still would have regarded this animal as negative, but it's the closest we got to a false positive. So false positive would reduce our specificity. In other words, we might be assessing a healthy animal as having the disease. So with that in mind, we can compare the sensitivity and specificity from these different ear biopsy manuscripts that actually studied RT-QuIC using these ear tissues. So I mentioned there's 2 papers. There's this Frye paper and the Bergner paper, the one that the graduate student that I was working with worked on. So ultimately, the Frye paper determined that using the samples that they had a sensitivity of 81%. They're 81% likely to detect a truly sick animal using ear tissue and RT-QuIC. Now they have a specificity of 91% from this. In other words, there's a 91% chance that you're going to correctly regard healthy animals as not having CWD. Now, our paper was a little bit better. We had a sensitivity of 95% and a specificity of 100%. We had no false positives that came about in this assay. So then that brings up the question of, well, how does this compare to other methods? So Dr. Tiffany Wolf, also with MinPro, went and did a little bit of what you might call meta-analysis and compiled some data from a number of different papers that had actually assessed the sensitivity and specificity of RT-QuIC in a variety of different tissues and also IHC. So we can see it varies. You know, we have our ear punch from Frye and Bergner. There's our sensitivity and specificity right here. The different species being tested. So we have Remalt, for instance. Again, we still have pretty good specificity. A little bit worse sensitivity, about 70%. And then we can see, for instance, IHC and Remalt, only 68%. You only have a 68% chance of detecting a true positive there, but still generally pretty good specificity. So where this really gets interesting is when we look at the context of how well these assays may perform in, say, a context of the bill that's under consideration by the Minnesota legislature. So what Tiffany did was go and compare what would the sensitivity and specificity be of these assays if we used a regime as proposed in the bill. So because the bill is highly contingent upon using a skin biopsy, that was sort of the scenario that we used. And we took 2 different scenarios. What's this scenario? We use a worst case scenario from the Frye paper for the sensitivity and specificity, and the best case scenario where we take the Bergner results. So, and there's a few different other scenarios. So we could have in series. So let's say you first do an RT-QuIC ear biopsy, the animal tests positive, and then you would move on to additional testing of some kind. So a second ear biopsy or a Remalt RT-QuIC or IHC. Now, the important takeaway here is that when you implement each of these regimes, you end up with pretty good sensitivity and specificity, even in our worst case scenario. Perhaps most importantly, you end up with 99 to 100% specificity. You're extremely unlikely to have a false positive result as a result of these testing regimes. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. I'd like to open it up to questions, and already got one. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you've got me thinking here.
Okay.
Let me keep going. The 2 papers that you're talking about, your paper and the other paper, was the other paper using 8 samples as well, and the requirement that at least half have to be positive to call positive?
Generally, yes. I want to say they used 4 replicates, but they were applying the standard of half or more have to have shown what we in the business call seeding activity, that spike in fluorescence.
So that could explain why you had maybe a higher numbers.
It
than-
could,
than
it
they
certainly
did
could. It could take, that could be accounted for, yeah.
For that. And the other thing is, could you use a muscle sample, or what would be wrong with using it?
Oh, yes, you absolutely could. As a matter of fact, the MinPro team has a manuscript out. When was that? A few months ago? About a year ago now, where MinPro actually developed a adaptation of RT-QuIC for use with muscle. So that's perfectly viable as well.
I mean, fortunately, most all deer meat is cooked, and having raw deer meat isn't as common as you might have beef or something, but this is a little concerning
I
that,
should stop you right there.
well, you know where I'm going.
Yeah, cooking does not destroy prions.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, so one of the things to keep in mind about prions and CWD is that the agent here that we're talking about is completely different than any other pathogen that you're used to working with. It's not a virus, it's not a bacteria. It will persist in very, very extreme circumstances. As a matter of fact, in terms of cooking, you would have to cook your venison roast to about 600 degrees Celsius before you eliminate prions from the sample. Isn't very tasty. So that's an important thing to keep in mind too.
But
Yes,
it's
sir.
still safe to eat.
What's that?
It's still safe to eat.
Yes.
Could you back up to the previous slide?
Yes.
I had statistics in college, a couple of them.
Uh-huh.
And it's just trying to get my arms around these numbers and what they really mean.
Okay.
So let's take the first scenario.
Right.
So you have 76% sensitivity.
Right.
So if I had 100 deer, how many deer out of that 100 would we get a false positive on?
In principle, one or less.
The other number is not the 76.
Yeah, so specificity is our one that we're concerned about, false positives.
Okay. So what then is the sensitivity? The
Sensitivity is, let's say all of your animals were sick. Let's say all 100 of them actually had the disease. Using this testing regime, 76 of those animals would come back as positive.
False would be false negative.
Right. Yes. Yes. The ones,
Isn't
the
false
other
negative
24 would be what
scary?
we would call false negatives. Yes.
But isn't false negatives scary?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I think that'd be about the worst one you could have.
Depends on your perspective. So I know a lot of the farm circuit producers are very concerned about our false positive rate because a detection in a farm survey results in a fair bit of action that has to be taken with that farm, including things like quarantine and possibly ultimately depopulation. So we're worried about both. We want both to be comparatively good. Now, from a safety perspective, from a human health perspective, I would say, yes, the sensitivity is something that we're very concerned with. But from a practical standpoint, we are also concerned about that specificity, making sure that we're not taking action on animals that don't require action.
So I'm not sure if you've had your life, your business ever teetering on the results of tests. We've had pseudorabies in pigs.
Mhm.
We've had false positives with pseudorabies in pigs over holidays.
Mhm.
And pretty soon at that time, which was 3-4 days, turns into a week to 10 days.
Right.
And your world comes to an end.
Sure.
That's all you're just consumed by it.
Mhm.
And that's concerning.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
I'm gonna ask,
Run the statistical analyses of the other paper, because I saw for both mules and whitetail deer, it was more accurate, say, for just whitetail deer. but I recognize that your study only looked at white-tailed deer.
Yeah, my study only looked at white-tailed deer. That was the only tissues we had available. Those tissues came from hunter-harvested animals in Wisconsin. So I don't think we have any mule deer there, so just whitetails.
Right, so I guess I just wonder like what the statistical significance of the other paper would be if you were to exclude the mules that they also had.
Not really sure. Tiffany, I don't think that included in the analysis or no?
I think I only did the estimates for the whitetail,
Okay.
but I would have to go back and look, because now I don't remember off the top of my head how they did those.
I would say that generally we see similar, the assay seems to, in most cases, in most tissues, behave very similarly with mule deer and white-tailed deer. That's not the case comparing white-tailed deer and mule deer versus, say, elk. You see radically different things happening with elk because the disease progresses differently, it goes into different tissues, so on and so forth. Yes.
So if I have and I test in there and I end up with false negatives, and I sell those to somebody, they come back as a positive.
I'm not sure. That's a question for us for the time being. I'm not really sure what would happen in that case.
From a USDA standpoint, for this test to be validated, what needs to happen? Like, what are the requirements?
We're not really sure of that either. We're not exactly certain what USDA is in terms of validating the test, other than rerunning it repeatedly with different samples, different subject animals over and over again, to the point that we can get very, shall we say, fine perspectives of what the true sensitivity and specificity are from a lot of different samples. They're also testing different methods. So I glossed over a whole bunch of stuff in terms of the actual procedures that we put into doing the assay, in terms of what kind of chemicals you use, how you process the tissue before you introduce it into the assay. So USDA is assessing all of those and kind of trying to identify a best practice, as it were, for the assay, and something that can be implemented consistently across the board. But in terms of the actual process, we've honestly tried to figure that out, and we haven't gotten a lot of good answers. Yes.
I assume that you're not the only lab in the country. I know the answer.
Oh gosh, no. No.
But what approach are the other labs doing? I know you kind of hear this Romalt referred to, and like you said, it's kind of the gold star or whatever standard. Is that because of the tissue is consistent?
No, actually, no, it's not. Raw malt is very inconsistent, if anything. People like using raw malt because you can get it from deer while they're still alive. And it works better than most other tissue that you can get from a live deer. If we could get retropharyngeal lymph nodes or obex from live deer, that would be the gold standard. But you can't do that on a live deer. They have to be dead before you can get to those tissues. So the only reason raw malt is on there is because it's comparatively easy to get at and comparatively sensitive versus any of other options out there. It's still not great by any measure.
So of these other labs that are using this material, are they using, are they using skin as well? Or are they trying to go I sense that you guys are trying to make this so that it's kind of user friendly on a live animal. So you have to get material that you can get relatively easily to be able to test. And has the work prior to this not been necessarily focused on that? And so you're having to try to validate your test using something completely different than everybody else's?
Well, there's not really. So there's only been these 2 papers that have actually used the ear tissue. So that's all there is right now. It's still comparatively new in regards of using that specific tissue from the perspective of diagnostics. Now, there's a lot of research that's been done of, well, can we detect it or not, period, in different tissues, different places, so on and so forth. solely from a research perspective, but yeah, I know other places are interested in doing the skin stuff and have started doing that, but they haven't reported their results yet.
So when you say an ear punch, you're using the skin off of the ear,
So
not the cartilage inside. All that.
it actually would be the cartilage. So part of the paper that we published, we actually went and sampled each of these different locations on the ear, and it's just a straight punch through the entire ear, shave off the hair, and then process that tissue and use that as a sample to introduce into the assay.
There's some handling of the tissue, just like in IHC.
There is, but it's far simpler. You don't have to preserve the tissue. You don't have to section the tissue. You don't have to stain the tissue. Really, it's the only part that plays into the tissue is you collect the sample and then you do what we call a digestion step. You put some chemicals on it so that all the cartilage dissolves and you end up with a homogenate sorts. Everything's all sort of the same. And then you can use that to use the assay.
You're going to do this in real life with a number of deer. You have to have a sterile punch so you don't introduce something.
Probably be good practice, just in general, I would think. One of the things that I know is available out there are products that are like disposable punches. So you just use them once, throw it away. So that would be an option. You know, I would imagine there would just be, you know, sort of general sanitary procedures that would go into this sort of thing.
You wouldn't want to cross-contaminate.
Oh, no, certainly not. So cross-contamination is actually one of the issues associated with this assay. Like we mentioned in some of the earlier slides, it is extremely sensitive. There's some results out there that demonstrate that it could get to what we call single molecule sensitivity. So depending on the type of prion that you introduce into the assay, it could detect that single molecule of infectious prion. Now, of course, that's under ideal conditions. Under what we would call field conditions, I wouldn't necessarily expect that to be the case, but it does get at how sensitive the assay is. So yes, cross-contamination is an issue to be concerned about. Yes.
So when you say that you have to run, you run 8 replicates of the same piece of tissue.
Yep.
So 100 deer is going to be 800 runs.
Yep.
So what kind of expense do you have in doing something that requires, you know, 7 times more than most other tests would require? I mean,
well,
it's
so
7 times higher, 8 times higher, probably.
Yeah, I want to say the last time I calculated cost estimates for this, and keep in mind this was back about a year and a half ago. Test is probably a little bit more expensive now, but generally in terms of materials and material and labor, when we were doing it in our lab, from a research perspective, I calculated it somewhere between $10 and $20 per tissue to run the test. So it's not ridiculously expensive. It's not that far out of line with what the conventional ELISA testing is, for instance.
See, Dr. Fox has her hand up.
Yeah, is Stephan still in the room? Oh shoot. Okay, I just sent her a text because my brain is feeling a little scrambled. Just isn't it because USDA does veterinary biologics, but isn't it FDA that approves tests?
I think in this case, since it's captive animals and not human testing, it would fall under the purview of the USDA. If this was a human test of some kind, which, by the way, RT-QuIC can be used to diagnose human prion diseases as well, and is frequently implemented as part of a diagnostic regime for folks that do come down with human prion diseases, that would fall under the FDA, I believe.
I think we should double check on that. But regardless, that it's my understanding that's not going to be driven by them. This would be something that just somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But if you want your test to be approved, you need to do the due diligence to get it approved. So it wouldn't be like a group, like a regulatory agency isn't going to just start doing their own testing for this. Like if you want to get your test approved, you would need to be, I'm just a little bit confused about the conversation of you not knowing where things are at, because if you want your test to get approved to be you would need to be driving that and making sure that you were doing the testing. Like if I wanted a product approved.
Well, all right,
let me
stop you right there. So this is something that's come up before with MinPro specifically. This is not our test. This is a test developed by the research community broadly that can be applied to use as a diagnostic test. So there's no company at this point offering this test or anything of that sort. So the USDA is pursuing this as a option for testing, but it's not exactly something that could be regarded as something that belongs to us. It's something that was developed in the scientific community broadly. Yes.
Did you have 30 animals in this study?
What's that?
Were there 30 animals in this study?
I believe so, yes, for this portion of the study. The paper actually covers a number of different aspects of it, but for the ear punch stuff, I believe it was 30.
So how many were in the other study that you?
It was a bit less than that, I want to say. Something in the order of 15 or 20. I'm not recalling the exact numbers offhand.
It's interesting data, but very low number of animals and not a variety of like high raised elk. And there's very little information on elk, and we've seen in other testing methods that there is a big difference in sensitivity and specificity between elk, reindeer.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Deer.
So
this really has a long ways to go to have any idea. It's really going to be something.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, we've got two papers right now that have fairly consistent results in white-tailed deer, which certainly has a fair bit of value. Now, in terms of things like reindeer and elk, yeah, that work definitely remains to be done. As a matter of fact, we're working on that right now. We've got a project looking at applying these tests to elk tissues. So we'll see how that shakes out. Might be as good as this, might not. Remains to be seen. Yes.
So if you were to have this ready to go and submit it to, I assume USDA or the federal, so whoever has to approve this, they will probably have what samples that you'll have to test against and then come up with results, and they know the answer.
Yeah, generally
You
that's
have
the way
to
it would
meet-
work.
and
Yeah,
so-
I would expect that's the way it would work.
So how long before you're ready for that, do you think?
Again, I'm not really sure. FDA or not the FDA, USDA hasn't been terribly forthcoming with what their exact process is or what the time frame is on approval for using RT-QuIC as a diagnostic test.
And to be honest, it makes sense that USDA is looking at this because vaccines for humans is FDA, vaccines for and disease testing in animals is USDA.
Right.
That's just the way they've broken it out. I've been on all those sides before. I'm just saying. But one of the questions with RT-QuIC, I keep thinking of this like you do PCR, but it's not PCR.
It's so you bring that up, and it's interesting because it is analogous to PCR in the sense that you're taking a small amount of something and applying a process that makes far more of it. That process is totally different, but the idea of it is the same.
So, and I'm going to just try to paraphrase what you said. You take a normal protein, which you can literally grow in the lab. Yep. I understand that. That's hard to think about, guys, but it's real. So you're growing those in 96 well plates and they're sitting at the bottom of the plate?
No, so we grow it in bacteria, purify the protein, and then add it to the assay. So
is your test dependent on how many perfect proteins you put in there?
To some extent, yes, which is why we use the same amount, the same mass every single time.
Every single time. Then, so it's not like with PCR, it's a number of cycles.
Right.
You can get a strand of PCR, DNA, RNA, whatever you're going to do. after 40 cycles, you might have enough.
Right.
You get something, but only to get enough to detect. If it happens at 20 cycles, you say that is positive.
Right.
If
So-
it takes all the way to 40 cycles, you go, no, it just was in there long enough that it cooked long enough that now we could see it.
That's an excellent point, and it's actually something that we see with RT-QuIC as well. So going back to this paper, let's look at these RT-QuIC traces right here. I mentioned we had one right here that popped up kind of early. We disregarded it. Now, these assays are running for, it's kind of hard to see because it's not in great focus, but these assays are running for about 60 hours in the case of this study. All of the work that we did was only running it for 48 hours. So we're not really that concerned with anything past 48 hours because we tend to see things like this popping up. Past about 48 hours, you tend to see an increase in the amount of those false positives. So it's really hard to say, well, is it actually something happening? We would expect it to be far earlier. I mean, you can see, for instance, in the positive sample, it pops up about 10 hours or so. So we wouldn't really, we would treat these as suspect. You know, it's not likely that that's actually anything really happening. It's just an artifact associated with the assay.
I just wanted to speak up because it's a lot of talk about USDA and the process, and I'm over here quiet, and people are probably wondering why. And it's because you know, I remember years ago when we were doing pin side testing for foot and mouth disease, trying to approve a new test, and we went through negative. You know, the only reason I had any involvement was because they were doing a negative cohort testing on farm, and they needed field staff to help with it. And so this process from start to finish on introducing a new test for regulatory purposes, I don't know that process. It's not a part of what I do day to day. I will say, and I know field staff, you know, I know Terry's done it plenty of time where we've had a positive herd and we've taken extra sample types to provide to national staff and researchers for testing purposes. But even then, they didn't tell us, you know, it's just like, hey, can you get all these extra sample types, ship them to us, you know, and we never knew what, you know, for what reasoning. I certainly am happy to, at the request of the board, find more information for you about, you know, overall that process. But I don't have anything to add because it's just not, I'm just not familiar with it. Other than knowing that, you know, if it's regulatory, then it's USDA that has to go through that approve, you know, it has to be an approved. You heard me talk earlier about new tissue types. How long have we been trying to get oral fluids, right? I mean, it's a process. And so what that process is, though, for me is also kind of a black hole or whatever you want to call it.
Should also point out too that the regulatory process is labor intensive. So it requires an abundance of samples and time and whatnot. So again, mostly it's just me not knowing about it, but there are folks working on this. I can say that there are processes in place right now to approve RT-QuIC for diagnostic purposes ongoing at the USDA. But again, we're not really sure exactly where that lies.
But whenever the USDA approves, it will be the entire process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they've got to know that if you're doing something different with the tissue before it goes in.
Exactly. If you change something, it's not going to be considered valid, which is what USDA is mainly interested in. They're wanting to be assured that if you do the process as prescribed, you'll get a result that's valid. That's their big concern. So they're applying the highest standard they possibly can to it to ensure that we're getting the best results possible. If you do something different, of course, they're going to discard it and say, well, you screwed up. Sorry. Yes.
So really what you need are samples.
You
can run.
Well, we're kind of done with this right now. We're not doing a whole lot more in terms of skin research other than maybe looking at elk. But I would say what USDA needs in terms of validating this work getting it to the point that it would be acceptable for use as a diagnostic assay, one of the things they would need, yes, is lots and lots of samples.
But even yourself, I mean, to me, 30 is not very many animals.
It isn't, but again, our goal here was mainly proof of concept. You know,
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it needs to be put to the test.
Right.
And that's probably think about what we've been doing. We've taken CWD, we've taken and killed those deer farms off or elk farms or whatever over the years. And we don't have any of that material that would have maybe the potential of something that's newly infected,
right,
a level that's going to be very low that I would think would be really important for validating some of this kind of stuff, plus the positives, and then sort through the negatives that are truly negative. And, you know, all of a sudden now we've just killed them all. And it's really,
well, that's why I'm a pack rat in the lab. I keep everything that comes my way. So you never know when you might need it down the line, or some new technology will be developed where that tissue will come in handy. So,
yeah. So I don't know, maybe Pierce has to rethink some of that kind of stuff, because, you know, I would have a hard time saying that this is where it needs to be. It's encouraging. It's in the right direction. You can get this tissue. There's a lot of really good things about this, but it just needs to get put, it needs work. I mean, it needs time, it needs numbers to me. And I'm not a scientist. That's to feel good about it, because yeah, you get something that you sell somebody something after you've tested it and it comes back that it was actually positive. Boy, that's going to come roost on your doorstep. And I guarantee you will be in the court of law and you will burn up a lot of money.
What's your guys' goal? If USDA approves, now you want them to approve your test start to finish, or a test start to finish?
A test start to finish. Again, I should say it's definitely not our test. Ultimately, like, we don't really have a dog in the fight. Our, I guess the OAP people are gone, so that's not the right analogy here, but let's see. We're interested in doing research more than anything. And that's kind of my purpose in being here, is to inform folks of where we're at in terms of the science. By the time that this comes around to regulatory approval and is implemented on wide scales, we'll probably have moved on to other projects, other avenues of research. Our main focus is driving the technology forward at the very forefront, in terms of, you know, the level of validation required. That's for other folks to do. Our main goal, again, is to sort of be at the leading edge of this sort of thing and see what's possible with this kind of testing.
It's not to set up the diagnostic lab.
Oh gosh, no, I don't want to do that.
Well,
that's VDL's job.
I have a question actually for the board, if that's okay. I'm just curious if there is I totally agree with you. As an epidemiologist, I think we need to use these tests in different populations and under different scenarios to continue to monitor how it's performing up against tests that are already validated. And we know how well or not well they perform. So is there a window of opportunity to do that alongside regulatory testing? I think everyone is afraid of making decisions based on these tests that are not yet validated and in the regulatory pipeline. And that is 100% valid. But if we're afraid to actually use them and continue with the evaluation process, not making decisions based on those tests, but still making decisions against the tests everyone has confidence in. How can we do that? Is there an opportunity to do that? I don't hear that as part of the conversation, and that's why I pose this question to the board.
Not and have somebody get indemnified.
Right. I was gonna say, as I hear what you're asking, and it's a really good question, but as a producer, I think that would be hard for me if I had a negative farm. I mean, and I'm raising turkeys, not servants, but if I had a negative farm, and if I were to allow testing like that, what happens if you find a positive? I mean, that's my livelihood that I would be gambling. So I think you ask a really hard, it's a good question, but it's a really hard question because of those repercussions.
Yeah, let me clarify, and I think this is where if indemnity is based on a regulatory test and action is based on a regulatory test, set action aside and those decisions and continue to make those decisions based on the regulatory test while looking at this as an opportunity to early warning, early surveillance, but not basing, culling a herd off of these tests. I guess that's where's that line? And I totally hear you and understand. And I also know that too, as producers, you want to ensure that your herd, before you ever move or receive new animals, that they're not carrying disease to protect your own herd. And so that's, I guess, the area where I have tried to really understand where is that line if we are conducting these tests, learn from them, but those regulatory decisions aren't made based on them, but on the tests that are collected.
Well, if you think about it, the best scenario is you have a positive show up in a herd, right? Everybody looks healthy. This one died and now we know it's positive. Well, the farmer has to eliminate all the animals and get indemnified for it, get money for it. I don't know how you could set it up where you could say, look, farmer, if we keep just your animals here, we'd like to use it as a test scenario where we test a number of animals and see who starts to show up positive based on a live test.
No, I hear what you're saying.
That would
I'm
be
not
great,
suggesting
but I don't know
changing
anybody.
if an animal tests positive based on a regulatory test. I'm not suggesting changing the rules around that.
No, but I think it'd be a great idea if we could do
Well,
it.
but
you just can't do it.
That one paper was done, if I'm not mistaken, in Wisconsin, right?
Our paper was Wisconsin, yes.
Wisconsin. So there's a hunting preserve in Wisconsin that's CWD positive. In fact, there might be two of them that they didn't shut down because they're in areas that were like 60% infectivity rate in the county. And so they said, well, why should we shut them down? I mean, they're probably healthier than the county is or comparable. Now, wouldn't that be a place to try to get some material from to be able to test these? Because as they come out, you would be able to, you would get it out of them post-mortem after they've been shot. Is that gonna matter?
Probably not. And I mean, that's where our samples were sourced from for our particular study. It was hunter harvested animals. Probably from Iowa County, which is the one that has about 60% prevalence.
Okay, so maybe we're talking about the same deal then, but
could be,
they just need more of that. I'm sorry, you're in the meeting.
Well, what I hear Dr. Wolf saying is, could the board and correct me if I'm wrong, this is what I heard. Could the board create a program where a producer might do pre-testing using RT-QuIC, wouldn't have any regulatory actions, but it's just a type of, you said early warning system program. It reminds me kind of the drinker swab deal, although we did have a mechanism to then take those tests through regulatory testing. And, it was a true early warning. With this program, it might be hard for producers because the uncertainty of the test, but I hear what you're saying is, could it be a tool for producers without the threat of action on your herd because of it. And it might give you greater confidence that you're bringing in negative animals.
Yes.
And that understanding of what you're saying is not neither a support or non-support of the test. It's just what I was saying. Yeah.
Dr. Fox, I can see has her hand. She's had her hand up for a little while. Sorry, we're not ignoring you.
It's okay. And I just wanted to, I guess in asking a two-part question, I don't know that I got the second part answered, but maybe it kind of was through this discussion. So I did look at my accreditations as we were sitting here. I do like those modules, Stephan. I know other people complain about them, but I'll remember where things are at. So I just went and sifted through there. And so I do see in the biologics module, it does talk about the USDA doing the licenses for those tests. And I'm obviously more familiar with the FDA side of things. But what I do know, and I could be wrong on this, and maybe I'll do some more work myself, but, my question was back to, when you're saying, well, I don't know where this is at. Like, I was like, I don't understand this because in my experience, whether it's a researcher at the U of M, I think of when they were looking for that muscle testing for a certain disease in horses, and whether it's a university or whether it's a private lab, there's somebody driving it, and then they're thus driving that regulatory process. Like, we want to get this approved. So I guess I would be interested to understand, like, kudos for you for the work you're doing, but I heard you say, I don't have any skin in the game. So I don't really, not that you don't really care, but it seems like, whatever, research for the sake of research. I guess I would be curious who's driving this on the USDA side. Is anybody? And I guess I'll reach out to some colleagues to see, is that something that the government does? But if you think even to the COVID testing, right, it was a plea to industry, create a test and get it commercialized, and then we will give it licensing or temporary licensing or whatever that looks like. So I think doing this in the space of science and putting out papers is interesting, but who's driving the test getting approved so that it can be used safely and in a trustworthy way, right, to accomplish what folks want to do with this. So I guess this might be a rhetorical question that nobody in this room could answer, but that's what I'm going to look into and, want to understand better. If anyone in the public is listening and wants to reach out and tell us who is it that's driving the commercialization of a test like this. That's all.
That's a good point, Dr. Fox. I asked my question on the process of USDA because it gets talked about legislatively within our state. So that's why I bring up the question up. I don't know about anybody else, but.
No, for certain. I think it's important to know, but I mean, I guess that's why I asked my follow-up questions, because I was a little taken aback, like when our speaker said, "Oh, I don't know where it's at," because it's like, well, who's driving it then? I mean, there's the doing the research in a lab to understand things, and then there's doing it to get a product that goes out, to industry. So I think you had a good question, and the reason I asked my follow-up question was because I was a little bit shocked by the response.
Sure. Brenda, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I have a few comments. I think one of the blessings and the curses of this RT-QuIC is that there's so many different tissue types that you can research. And these researchers are looking at all these different types. And, you can only find one other researcher paper that had done the ear push. But there's all these other papers, doing third eyelid, different things. And so it's a blessing and a curse. But from a producer standpoint, to answer your question, and Dr. Hopkins has said this numerous times, we're going to answer this thing on the farm. That is where we're going to answer this. But we are not in a regulatory or a political environment that would ever allow us in Minnesota to do what you're suggesting. We'd be a part of it in a heartbeat if we were in the environment that would support us, and not condemn us, not put our name in the newspaper as they're proposing. You would do it in a heartbeat, but in the environment we're in today, it's not possible. In Saskatchewan, they're letting positive farms stay on the landscape, and they have a system where they're testing them periodically and culling, and they're in an environment that will allow them to do that in their learning a lot of stuff. But until we get to that point in Minnesota, I don't know how it's possible. Even if the board would want to do it, I don't think the politicians would allow it.
Any other questions for Stuart?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
To Dr. Fox's question, comment that we don't know where USDA is with the validation. What we do know is that USDA Servant Health and USDA ARS are working together to validate RT-QuIC on 3 separate tissue types. That much we do know. I don't know, I don't know where it started or who drove that to happen, but they are working on that process. And the details and the ins and outs of how they're doing it and what they're doing, those details, we don't. So when we get a question of, well, when will it be validated? I don't know. It's in USDA's court because they're in the middle of that process.
We do have a letter from Marc Lyons of the USDA about some of the stuff they've been working on in RT-QuIC. Sorry. So Jessica, I think that's the place to start. I don't know if you saw that email that this letter was attached to.
Okay, I think, yeah, there's been a lot of these tests, so I'll just have to go back and clarify which is which and coming from who. So thank you, Peggy. I'll go back and look.
Any other questions or comments?
I think trying to get something that can be useful, hands-on, easy to get, or relatively easy to get. I can understand why you went down that. And now it's just a matter of making sure that we have enough tests so we feel good enough about the tissue that we're working with. It sounds like that's where the issue is. The thing I think that is at least encouraging is last year USDA or the feds earmarked $70 million, which we were able to tap into some of that for some 3 projects. And now you're telling us there's another 10 or 12 million, for the research. At least that's probably some of the, that's research that was desperately needed and should have been done 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And finally it's here, and now we're behind, but at least there's money being put at it so that these questions can be answered and we can move on. It's just 5 or 10 years late, but it's at least there's stuff happening and there's monies that are available to be able to push out some, hopefully a test that can be used like this and to be used, annually or whatever. So I guess that's kind of the extent of what I have to say.
Well, thank you for all of your information and all the questions.
I think someone's got a question.
Is there a hand up? Yeah. Is it Gary Olson?
Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Okay. I just noticed on the bottom of that slide that's up, you have D. Henderson down as the first guy on there. But Dr. Henderson from Colorado has a RT-QuIC test that he has developed that he has told me he has it in USD. He has it in for approval right now. So he's working on it. And then my other question is, you listen to there are a lot of questions here today and of what, how, and why, what we're doing here. And at some point it'd be nice to have this test. But how do we go from this as all being experimental and a lot of guessing here to all of a sudden now this is at the state capitol in law where me as a deer farmer will be possibly be required to do this annually on this test, when I've heard of all the questions that went through this staff today and all these, animal health people here that have animal health backgrounds. How does it get to the point where the legislators are pushing this into law right now at the Capitol on us deer farms when we don't have the answers here?
That's concerning, very concerning.
I'd like to take this moment to use this platform to say that I am disappointed in our legislature right now trying to make laws to regulate farmers on how to raise their animals and getting down to that level, to the level of exactly what test you're going to use and what sample you're going to use in that test. There's so many things in the world that could happen between now and this getting approved by the USDA that something better might come out. And we in Minnesota may be stuck with an out.
Well, you understand, once it's in law, it's going to be about impossible to get back out again. This is really concerning. Just like there was talk about, Minnesota, we were forced to mandatory depopulation of positive deer farms, even though I'm in an endemic zone here, and the wild deer around me are positive. I could still survive here as a farm, even though if I did end up with a positive, and we could do research and whatever like they do in Wisconsin, but like your fellow here that's testifying for the University of Minnesota here, I mean, where are you going to validate this stuff if we're not here on a farm that could do this? I mean, we've had several farms in Minnesota that have actually offered to stay in business for research values, and by state law, they could not do it. Wisconsin's just light years ahead of us as far as research on resistance or any kind of testing. So it's kind of disappointing how we'd try to get that turned backwards now at the Capitol, that we're mandatorily have to depopulate. If you don't have positive animals, all this is for nothing at the University of Minnesota, that you don't have places to go out and actually test them. And whether it's a vaccine research in the future, but all I'm seeing now is test and find it. Well, at the end of the day, where's the University of Minnesota here? I mean, so what, we can find it. I mean, at some point, what are you doing to solve this? I mean, are you working on vaccines? I'm seeing letters from Dr. Osterholm here that they're kind of poo-pooing our genetic resistance thing, which basically they don't understand anything on the resistance that we're seeing in Wisconsin. It's really disconcerting to see that we're trying to move forward and fix this, and it seems like we're getting stabbed in the back and shot at every turnaround. Because as a farmer, I've got 50 years of farming experience with cattle, pigs, everything. And I mean, do people really think that my goal as a deer farmer is to destroy or not try to improve our genetics and try to improve, just like we did with cattle or anything? We're here to try to fix and solve problems, not to create problems. So I'm really disappointed at the attitude at the Capitol and some of the legislators that are pushing stuff that really is a lot of vindictive kind of legislation that's coming down the road. I was the first farm in Minnesota to be double fenced. I've had double fences up for over 10 years now. And now they're telling me that my 2 8-foot fences aren't going to be tall enough. I've never had a deer jump an 8-foot fence, so now I need to go to 10 foot. Things like that just don't make sense. But and nobody comes out and visits our farm or talks to us, see what our industry needs. So it's kind of disappointing. And I mean, really, as deer farms, we could be the answer to a lot of these problems. And if we all went away tomorrow as deer farms, I mean, CWD is going to go across the landscape in Minnesota. We've seen it happen in the last 5-6 years. That's jumping all over the state. At some point, if we dug the hole so deep now, if deer farms went away tomorrow, I mean, is CWD going to be solved in Minnesota? No. And at some point, as much as they've demonized, I hear Dr. Osterholm talking about jumping to humans and vice versa, and it could spread. Well, at some point, then it's, are we going to sit and say that, can we even afford the wild deer on the landscape any longer? I mean, if they're a threat to humans, if they're going to threat to other livestock, like he's saying, then do we need to eliminate the wild deer from the, maybe is the only safe place to have wolf deer is in behind a fence where we can monitor them and test them and manage them. So I just don't want to see, industries digging a hole so deep that I don't know how they're going to work this backwards with CWD now. Is how their scare tactics they're using at the Capitol and stuff on deer farms and CWD. So at some point, it's going to flip back on the wild deer herd also.
Thank you, Gary. We are incredibly behind on time. I'm sorry, everybody. Paul, would you be ready to give your heartworm test?
I would.
Thank you for letting me come to talk to the board today. I'm here as a representative of the MVMA and specifically the Small Animal Welfare Committee of that organization. And what we've come today to do is so we have a request for the board. And what I'll do is I'll read through it and then we'll come back to it again at the end. But the request is the MVMA Small Animal Welfare Committee recommends that the Board of Animal Health change Minnesota rules for importation of dogs and cats, Minnesota Rules 17-210500, to require heartworm disease testing by an accredited veterinarian. This way I can face this way. By an accredited veterinarian of all dogs within 30 days prior to importation, and to allow entry of dogs that test positive only under permit issued by the Board of Animal Health for immediate treatment by a specified veterinary clinic. Treatment should follow guidelines as specified by the American Heartworm Society. And I'll kind of explain how we got to this, and then we'll come full circle and come back around to it. But to begin with, let me talk about heartworm disease just a little bit in general. Heartworm disease, if people don't know, is caused by a bloodborne parasite known as Dirofilaria immitis. Adult heartworms are found in a dog's heart, specifically in the pulmonary artery on the right side of the heart. And female worms can be 6 to 14 inches long. And I've seen these, and I'm not kidding, they're not little. They're like that long. And there can be up to 300 worms all packed into the right side of this dog's heart. The first one of these I saw was in 1974. And it's when heartworm disease worked its way into southern Iowa. And I did a postmortem on a dog that came in and actually died in our clinic of heartworm disease. And on the postmortem, that dog's heart was so packed with these worms that it was amazing that the dog lived as long as it did. It's really an incredible disease and something to be taken very seriously. These adult worms in a dog can live up to 5 years. And then what the worms do is they produce a microscopic offspring, a microfilaria, that leaves the heart where the worms are, the adult worms, and goes out into all the capillaries in the body. And amazingly enough, they're picked up by mosquitoes. And unfortunately, with heartworm disease, there are 30 or so varieties of mosquitoes that will actively carry heartworm disease. And then, of course, when the mosquitoes bite an uninfected dog, they put these microfilaria into the dog, and then the cycle starts all over. So just to review what happens is if this is a dog up here that does not have the disease, or sorry, this one doesn't have the disease, this one does. So the mosquito bites the infected dog and then comes down here and bites an uninfected dog, and then the heart is full of worms, and then we go round and round. As far as how heartworm disease in Minnesota has worked, we really didn't have heartworm disease in this part of the country until the mid-1970s. It just was not even heard of. And what happened, well, in Minnesota, winters kill most of our mosquitoes, thank goodness. And that's a good reason for winter. I'm kind of glad it's gone now, but the mosquitoes are already out. So if we have no mosquitoes, we have no heartworm disease. I mean, it's that simple. And it's interesting because I was just finishing a book on the building of the Panama Canal. I know I'm digressing, but it was interesting because in the 1880s, when the French were trying to build the Panama Canal, all the people that they sent to Panama, 1 in 3 of them died. A third of the people that ever went there all died from either malaria or yellow fever, which are both carried by mosquitoes. Now, when the US got involved in 1900, they also assigned a doctor to figure out what to do about malaria and yellow fever. And he was one of the first that realized that the mosquito was the culprit. But they did a very interesting thing. They tried to get rid of all the mosquitoes, but as we well know, that's a hard job to do. But what really helped them eliminate the threat of yellow fever specifically was going back to this, the mosquitoes in Minnesota are not infected with heartworm disease till they bite an infected dog. So our new mosquitoes every year are all clean. And what happened in Panama and what we're kind of getting to here is that if there are no infected dogs in Minnesota, there will be no infected mosquitoes, and we can essentially eliminate heartworm disease from the state. The winters take care of the mosquitoes and that kind of thing. But the key to it is we certainly don't want our mosquitoes exposed to infected dogs, because then the cycle goes round and round. So where do mosquitoes find infected dogs in Minnesota? Certainly if there are infected dogs that remain untreated, they're a source always. We have people that travel, and when our dogs go to Florida for the winter and come back, a lot of times they come back with heartworm disease. And so the other part is that dogs imported from southern states where mosquitoes live throughout the year are highly infected with heartworm disease. And then this kind of leads us into what we're going to be talking about, is why do we import dogs from southern states? And is that a big deal or not? Veronica, you can help me as I move through this, but importation of dogs and the Board of Animal Health Records, there's been an exponential increase in the number of dogs we import into Minnesota from southern states every year. Most of these dogs are imported by humane societies, by shelters, by animal rescue groups. And so, again, by Board of Animal Health Records, we know that most of these dogs are imported from southern states like Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, like that. And just to put that in perspective, I think you can see the map a little bit, but Texas is a big one, and we don't even really know how many dogs come from Texas because they don't process small animal health certificates. They throw them away. We've talked to them. If they get a small animal health certificate, it goes in the trash. So we don't get a lot of those, but Oklahoma does send them, and then up through Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, like that. That's where they come from. One might ask, why do they come from those states? And it's complicated, but number one, there are a lot of dogs in those states. The per capita ownership of dogs is about twice what it is here in Minnesota. The other thing is the per capita income in those states is very low. Per capita income median in Dothan, Alabama, which is right there, is $21,000 a year. Median family income in the Twin Cities is $91,000 a year. So it kind of gives you an idea of why there's a lot of socioeconomic factors involved. But what's happening is humane societies and shelters and rescues, and I think we all know this, have now become the predominant source of our pet dogs in Minnesota. They certainly take in strays and abandoned animals and surrendered animals. Still, that's a service that they provide, but that can't come anywhere near the demand for pet dogs that exists in Minnesota. So what they do, most of the dogs that they place are imported from other states. And like we said, most of them are those Appalachian states and through the deep south and then across into the southwest. Right now, and I talked to Veronica recently, I think we have about 80 shelters, humane societies that are licensed with the Board of Animal Health right now. And the board licenses these organizations if they're brick and mortar kind of facilities. But, and I've heard lots of numbers, but we think that now we've probably got up to 600 foster-based animal rescues operating in Minnesota that bring in lots of dogs every year and place them in our Minnesota homes. And here's the concern, and this is where we got to with the Small Animal Welfare Committee. We're lucky we have several veterinarians from the Animal Humane Society in Golden Valley that serve on this committee. And well, in their annual report too, last year they imported 12,000 dogs into Minnesota and placed them in Minnesota homes. Pre-COVID, I think that number was maybe as high as 21,000 per year. And here's the thing that was an eye opener for me, and I think for our whole committee. We asked the question to these veterinarians from the Humane Society, you know, how many of these dogs that come in from the south are infected with heartworm disease? And the answer we got was about a third. So, you know, to put that in perspective, about 4,000 of the animals that they imported last year were infected with heartworm disease. And it's a concern for them. It's a concern for us. And what it does is it creates a problem in our canine population in the state. If those 600 foster-based organizations import even 100 dogs per group, and I think that's very conservative. I don't know what you think, Veronica, but you know, we have some of the bigger ones that are importing thousands of dogs. That would be another 60,000 dogs added to our Minnesota population every summer. And if a third of those are infected, that's another 20,000 dogs that are infected with heartworm disease that we're bringing in every year. And if they're undiagnosed and untreated, that's the problem. Is that then they go out into our, you know, area where the mosquitoes then become highly infected with heartworm, microflaria, and they make all of our dogs at risk. So, you know, as a committee, we worked through this and we took this to the full MVMA board at the annual meeting in February. And so the MVMA as a whole supports this. And then the recommendation then again is what we're asking the board to consider is we're recommending that we change the Minnesota rules for importation of dogs and cats to require heartworm disease testing by an accredited veterinarian of all dogs within 30 days prior to importation, and then to allow entry of dogs that test positive only under permit issued by the board for immediate treatment at a specified veterinary clinic. Let me explain a little bit of that language. We didn't want to shut down importation of dogs from these southern states altogether. Because dogs can be treated for heartworm disease. It's expensive and it's not easy, but it can be done. And if a third of the dogs coming into the rescue groups are infected, how do we, without shutting down trade altogether, how do we safeguard our Minnesota dogs? And so we came up with this recommendation, and I guess that this really is a request from MVMA to the Board of Animal Health to change the rules and require testing and some sort of a permitting process to bring dogs into Minnesota so that we don't reinfect our dog population every summer with heartworms. And so, you know, we bring this to the board, and not sure what we do at this point, but thank you for letting me have the time. And, you know, we think it's an important issue, and we think that it's worth our attention. And it's not what it used to be. Things have changed. You know, how we bring dogs in, who's bringing them in, where they come from has changed, especially over the last decade. And Veronica, you know, gets a chance to see all the health certificates that come in from all over the country. And that's probably just a fraction of what's coming in. So I stand before the board with the question, I guess, Erica.
I have the same question. How do we go about this?
So, well, is rulemaking the only way to accomplish this? We can't be done by policy.
Yeah, we can first step would be to change our import policy for companion animals, and we certainly have done that more than once, like to address our ASF quarantines, for example, we changed the policy completely. So we can start incrementally and change the policy. And that's, you know, given the work of the task force too, we know that import requirements need to be changed. It's one of the biggest concerns of the veterinary community, companion animal veterinary community in Minnesota, that we are importing a lot of disease. So once we get kind of those specifics hammered out, you know, then we would look at what the policy would come together, because it would not only address heartworm disease, but things like canine brucellosis and canine influenza.
I've been through rulemaking, and it's very painful.
Yeah.
And it's time for a process that.
Yeah.
And it's
Oh, yeah.
timeline. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can start with chapter 14, but not if you're prone to nightmares.
So, a question, just by statute, the board has the authority to prevent any animal from coming into the state if it poses a risk of the animals in the state. I agree with you that is there, which doesn't require rulemaking. So maybe something could be done, but eventually I think if it was all in rule, it would be, all the details would be spelled out. And if there's a way to not impede commerce, but create a safe way to do it, I guess that's what our request is. So I don't know if a decision has to be made today, but we wanted to make sure that the board has the request, and then give advice for how we move forward, I guess. The Small Animal Welfare Committee will meet again May 2nd, and we certainly are open to direction from the board.
Now, when you say the board, are you talking about to the board of directors, or are you talking to the board?
Okay.
Who makes this, what board makes this? Do we have to vote and say, yeah, we want you to go forward with this? Or it's already your job to go forward with this?
So when we changed the import policy this past summer, when Linda was interim director, she signed off on it. And you guys never knew that happened. And it was made at our level.
Okay.
So policy changes can be made internally without our approval.
And the only thing that I would say is if the board felt inclined to make a motion and pass this to give direction to staff to pursue it, you know, that might be helpful. Just a thought.
I don't know what that motion looks like.
The board could make a motion, second it, and vote on it.
To give them
You
the
know,
power.
that kind of thing has been done over the years with different issues.
Dr. Fox has a.
Go ahead, Dr. Fox.
Sorry if I missed it, but Veronica, what are your thoughts on this and do you have any concerns?
Yeah, I think this certainly is a good idea, and Wisconsin has the same rule in the books where they do require testing coming in. This is supported by the Companion Animal Advisory Task Force as well. There's talk about, who pays for the testing and, is it the group importing versus the group that's sending the animals off? And really, from a regulatory standpoint, that doesn't matter to us. But overall, there's agreement that this works. We know that heartworm disease is increasing in the northern states because of importation of dogs. The American Heartworm Society has published several papers showing that that's the truth. So yeah, I think this is a good idea.
Are we just talking about dogs imported for resale, or are we talking about itinerant dogs like mine that go everywhere from Bismarck, North Dakota to Orlando, Florida to be shown?
That's a great question, because then we do open up kind of a whole door. And
yeah,
I think the biggest issue is our dogs that are imported for resale versus someone's personal.
Well, in that vein, then, one thing about adopting a policy is that you can change the policy as experience dictates. If it's like there's virtually no need to test dogs that are under 12 weeks of age or something like that, or dogs that are going to be in the state for no more than 10 days to be shown or something like that. If you put it in a rule, that's really bad news. But those details can be worked out if at least start with a policy. And then maybe ultimately the rule says, this, and this have to be covered by a policy providing for testing for imports, something along those lines.
So I think what comes up here is we can either say the state veterinarian or the interim state veterinarian says, I have this many people, this many things to do, and I want this to come up higher in priority. He manages that. He or she manages that. Or the board directs you and says, right now, we want this to go up. Is that what we're really talking about? If we did a motion that we want to see this happen, then staff has no choice but to get somebody on it.
So I think we maybe need more information from staff, though.
So I would suggest we check with you on guidance on this. Does this sound like something that the board is supportive of? And then from there internally, we can work through.
Then I'd
through our
rather you
channels.
figured out your timeline on it.
I'm being facetious, but Veronica's done a lot of work with this. She's connected with Paul, and she's got her tab. This is exactly what they're there for. So yeah, I think that's how I would recommend going. If we've got your approval and blessing, so to speak, we will drive this one for, and then bring it to you to
The next meeting, you'll be on the agenda to say what you've done.
where's it at?
Okay, quick question. So you said Wisconsin, they're doing this. Is any other states doing it as well?
Only looked at like our surrounding states, and the Dakotas and Iowa do not have this policy, but they don't have a lot of companion animal policies, period.
Okay, okay.
You know,
How about Colorado? Colorado imports something like 130,000 dogs for rehoming a year.
Yeah, I haven't checked.
And I know that they've got a very historically long, like 20 or so years, and very detailed Animal Care Act. I can't remember the details and I've lost my Colorado contact.
Not a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains.
Well, this is true. But they're importing
They
them
have-
from
in Colorado,
someplace.
there's Plenty of plain land.
Yeah,
I mean, but
Yeah.
that might be so rural.
yeah. Well,
But-
but the 130 dogs, 130,000 coming in are coming from south of Colorado.
I was gonna say when I was in private practice, we would get dogs from Puerto Rico, Mexico, and they didn't necessarily come straight to Minnesota. They would stop off somewhere first.
I assume the shelters where there's quite a few shelters, not well regulated. And do you get many CVIs on stuff that would come through a shelter or that come to a shelter?
So yes and no. I mean, we get the CBIs that we get. And, you know, how many animals are coming in without a CBI? I guess I can't guess, but I know there are some. I know there's been a lot of claims of ignorance, not knowing they have to have CBIs to bring dogs in. There's the issue of Texas where they simply will not process CBIs through their State Board of Animal Health. So we face a lot of problems there, but we do think that, you know, what we get for CBIs is probably the tip of the iceberg.
And then I assume that those are the ones that are mailed to you rather than the ones that would come with, accompany the animals to the shelter. And then they have no need to forward that to the board. So it's strictly Texas. There's no way of, if they're not going to process them.
If they go through an electronic system, then they bypass Texas and it'll come to us. Yeah. So we do get some from Texas.
So to move forward, the support that you need, is that a verbal thing? Do you need a motion still to know? Or can we just say, go ahead, we support you?
I think that's sufficient.
Okay. Good. Not sure about Dr. Fox since she's not here in person, but Dr. Fox, the four of us here support the board moving forward and.
Yeah, I like that we're not passing a motion right away. I like the idea that the team is going to go back and look, because I think that there was some good points brought up about the age of the animals and kind of the situation behind it. So like if you know, like the example that was given, if you go and show, every time you go show, do you need to do a test when you come back? You know, because some people might be doing yearly heartworm tests and they've already done that. So I think or does that not count as importation if you're just traveling? So I guess further clarification I think is warranted, and talking about that minimum age too is good. So I think it's good.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, there was a request for an update on the commercial dog and cat feeder program, but given our time, I am gonna skip right through that. If there is interest or questions, I'm more than happy to present on that at the next meeting, or people can just contact me individually too. So we're gonna get through these first couple of slides. These are just the numbers of breeders. So this year, the breeding program goes on the fiscal year, which ends end of June. We have 122 licensed breeders this year, and that's been pretty stable. So the reason I want to skip through that is to talk about the outbreak of canine influenza that popped up a week ago. So canine influenza, like most of our problem influenzas, is a type A influenza virus. We have two different types, the H3N8 and the H3N2. It is a low threat to people, so there hasn't been a case of a person being infected with either one of these strains of influenza. However, like Joni had mentioned at the last meeting, you know, we can get spillover, and influenza viruses in particular like to mutate. And so it is something that that our human counterparts are keeping a close watch on. Transmission is primarily dog to dog through respiratory droplets, just like all of the other influenza viruses. Dogs in tight quarters, close confined spaces, so animal shelters in particular, boarding kennels, dog daycares are most at risk for picking this up, again, just by the mechanism of the virus going in those respiratory droplets. It can live in the environment, however, and fomites are a really important part of transmission. So someone can have this virus on their clothes and it can remain infectious for 24 hours. So you could potentially be working in an animal shelter, be coughed on by a dog, and then bring that virus home and infect your own dog. Dog can shed the virus for up to 28 days in the case of H3N2. H3N8 is a slightly older virus, and dogs only shed that for about 7 days. But the H3N2 we worry about because they do shed virus for almost a month. So these dogs look like they have the flu. We have respiratory signs for most dogs. There is a huge range in signs, however. So some dogs will be infected and have no clinical signs. Some dogs will be infected and then they'll develop signs of pneumonia and even die. There's about a 5% fatality rate with this. We also see secondary bacterial infections pop up and cause problems. Typically, dogs will start to show signs of canine influenza 2 to 4 days after they've been infected with the virus. Treatment is supportive care, so keeping them hydrated, giving them antibiotics if they have secondary infections, and getting them through it. Usually, dogs will feel better in about 2 to 3 weeks on their own. But again, we can shed virus for 28 days. There are commercially available vaccines that have USDA approval. There is a bivalent that has both of the strains, and then they have single valent strains as well. Just like our flu vaccines, it may not prevent the infection or completely prevent clinical signs, but we know that these vaccines reduce the severity. And maybe most importantly, they reduce the duration of shedding and the amount of virus that will be shed by infected dogs. We have testing. And a point about vaccination. Right now, the vaccines are not available, so they are on indefinite manufacturer back order. There's one company that makes all 3 of these vaccines, unfortunately, and they're having supply chain issues. And the demand for them has skyrocketed. We've been dealing with an outbreak in the southern US since last fall, and it only seems to be getting worse. So demand has skyrocketed. So veterinarians can't get their hands on the vaccine right now. There's two different types of testing, a PCR that's looking for the virus itself, and this is a nasal or a throat swab. The important thing to note about the PCR is this is the test most veterinarians do. And this test gives you, it can very easily give you false negatives. So samples have to be taken ideally by day 4 of infection. So if you remember, some dogs don't even show clinical signs until day 4. Anything after that, your chance of actually picking up the virus and having a positive is pretty low. Dogs that have been infected for more than 7 days or 7 days post-infection, you can draw blood and do serology and find antibodies against influenza. But again, that test is more expensive. It's not as widely available. So folks are doing PCR and getting negative tests on positive dogs. So we've been really fortunate in Minnesota that we haven't dealt with a lot of canine influenza. We had 2 outbreaks, one in 2017 and then 2018. In 17, we had 13 dogs that were infected. 2018, it was 5. And then it's been quiet since then until last week. I received a call from animal shelter in the Twin Cities metro area that they had noticed huge numbers of dogs with respiratory disease, and they were concerned that these dogs had influenza. So the timeline of this is on the 22nd of March, this shelter took in a transport of 22 dogs from a shelter partner in Oklahoma. They did have a CVI, we found that, and all dogs were signed off as being healthy on the 21st of March. They had kind of baseline respiratory disease from the 22nd to the 31st. So there's always going to be some dogs that are coughing and sneezing, again, in a tight environment. And so it wasn't until the 31st that they really took note that they had a dramatic and significant increase in the number of dogs that were showing respiratory illness. On that same day, they received notification from their shelter partner in Oklahoma that they had closed themselves down for 30 days and had positive canine influenza cases of both strains of the virus. They called us on the 4th of April, so last Thursday. And at that point, they were at peak infection. So they had about 191 dogs that were sick, and it was basically all but 3 of the dogs in their canine population were showing signs of respiratory disease. They had sent out 5 different PCR tests. At the time, 2 had come back and they were negative. 3, they were still waiting on results. And we immediately issued official quarantine and shut down all 3 locations. As of yesterday afternoon, we do have 4 confirmed positives, 2 of which have been typed to be the H3N2, so the more severe virus that dogs shed for about a month. The other 2, I'm working with the University of Minnesota to see if they can type those out for us as well. So we do know indeed that this is confirmed influenza. Minimally, we're going to keep that quarantine in place for 30 days after the last dog would be potentially exposed or the last dog shows clinical signs of disease. And again, that's a minimum. So I fully expect this quarantine to be in place likely 6 weeks, maybe more, depending on what we've got going on. So we've been working with the organization regarding their biosecurity. We're trying to keep this as contained to the shelter as we can. But you'll notice there was lag between the 22nd and then the 6th of April. There are a number of weeks where people were coming in and out and certainly adopting dogs and bringing dogs in for training classes and things. So we have a number of dogs out in the community that potentially have been exposed. The organization has identified as many of those people as they can and have done outreach, recommending that those dogs are either tested for disease or at a minimum are quarantined and isolated from other dogs for 30 days. We are working with them to figure out PPE for their employees. So again, we know this virus can be taken home, taken outside of the shelter. And so we're helping them figure out gowns and changing clothes and how to make a clean, dirty line, which is kind of a newer concept for companion animals. So I know on the farm that, of course, we know clean, dirty, but not on an animal shelter. So we're working with them to get that set up. We have recommended vaccination of every dog in the shelter, even the ones that are the sickest, because we know even in the face of infection, we can reduce some of that viral shedding. So the community in Minnesota is kind of rallying behind this entity. And if anybody has vaccines, I've heard that they are shuttling them into this organization. In general, we have some recommendations that I've been telling other rescue groups and veterinarians and dog owners when they've been calling us, and certainly again, biosecurity, vaccination, routine testing and surveillance. So I think it's important that our groups that are bringing dogs in from places where we know this outbreak is happening, we're testing all of our respiratory dogs. We also are recommending potentially isolating dogs that are coming up from these locations for at least a week Again, we're looking for clinical signs usually within 4 days of exposure. So if in that week they're healthy, chances are fairly good that they wouldn't have canine influenza. For dog owners, again, isolation is key. Also being smart about activities. So if people are taking their dogs into dog parks or doggy daycare or training, to be aware of their surroundings. If there's a sick animal there, don't let their dog have contact with them and stay home if they're sick. Veterinarians, I've talked to a lot of folks about biosecurity in the clinics as well. People are afraid of bringing this in the clinic, and for good reason. The virus is incredibly infectious and easily picked up. So working with folks about biosecurity and seeing animals outside, and again, the PPE, and then talking with folks about tests. And that's it. That's the Cliff Note version.
Good job.
Are there any questions?
You don't like go in there and say, well, in hog barns, we do this, right? Because that, I found that.
Try not to reference hog barns. Yeah.
No, okay.
Same concept, different audience.
Well, thank you. Brian, we're ready for you.
All right. Trying to give an abridged update.
Okay.
Cool. So no PowerPoint presentation. I'm just going to keep this short and sweet. Unfortunately, a lot of the updates for the board have been given today during the various presentations. So I will start out just by introducing myself again. I am the interim state vet for the Minnesota Board of Animal Health. The board is currently in the process of seeking a new candidate for the permanent position. And I believe Melissa is out, but our business manager has sent that posting out already. It's available. So my other hat is senior vet for swine programs and equine programs at the board. So I will have some updates for both. Updates on board staff. A couple of things I wanted to mention. I wanted to introduce Melissa in person because you've all corresponded with her virtually, and she had to leave early. So hopefully you got a chance to meet her. She was excited to be here today and get to see some people in person. Dr. Katie Cornell, I thought she might be here today too. You've already been introduced to her virtually. Our latest senior veterinarian in charge of cattle programs, traceability, and livestock concentration points. We also have a new hire in our HR department. Rachel Okerlund is our HR tech. We're excited to have her on board to assist Melissa with business management and HR responsibilities. And we also have an emergency response coordinator position that is in the process of getting an offer out. So we went through an interview process there. We have a candidate selected and are just working on some final details to extend an offer. Additional postings are en route. We have some other positions that we are continuing with that have been in the process for a few months. One that I'm pushing for is our replacement for Annie Belgetti. I think you all remember Annie. She was the one that helped us with our policies and procedures, basically contracts and that sort of thing. So that is certainly one that we're going to streamline. Current topics. As I said, a lot of these have already been addressed. The legislative session, Michelle, Dr. Jopp, Dr. Wheeler, Dr. Bartsch have all been kind of navigating that for the board. I've dipped my toes in a little bit, and thank goodness they're still around navigating that. So we look forward to seeing where all that goes, and more to come in the weeks ahead. IPATH. Lucy and Dr. Voss and Dr. Jopp have been heading up the response plans for that. Boy, if we can all knock on some wood, why we haven't seen more of an outbreak, I'm not even going to speculate, but we're sure happy that we don't have more. But it's been refreshing. Refreshing from the standpoint of it's kind of fun to see the team back together. So that's the message I've been giving to the poultry industry, that it's the same crew that worked on the high path response last spring and into the fall. And we're continuing to work together as a team, and hopefully I won't have to do anything. I'll leave that up to Shauna. Dr. Bartsch talked about the canine influenza outbreak. That's probably our latest surprise disease outbreak that we encountered last week, and her updates were pretty succinct. So that was all I really had to say about that. To my senior vet role, equine herpes virus is a condition that's reportable in Minnesota. We worry about equine herpes myeloencephalopathy. So it's normally an upper respiratory disease, sometimes a reproductive disease, but occasionally we get this aberrant form that causes horses to become neurologic. So we had 2 cases of equine herpes myeloencephalopathy this year, unrelated, but one was in Washington County, one was in Dakota County. Both cases, as we've seen through the years, were in animals that were debilitated for other reasons. So these were both geriatric horses. They had some immune problems along with that. So underwent quarantines, 30 days for each site, with temperatures taken twice a day on every horse at those facilities. The Dakota County facility was actually pretty substantial, close to 100 horses at that site. So a lot of work, and kudos to the facility managers. We had a lot of great people working, excellent compliance, and uncomplicated. Those are the cases, if we're going to have them, that we like to have. They made it through their quarantine with no additional cases. African swine fever. That one's always on our minds. Jill and I talk about that frequently. The swine industry is very familiar with that. We just at the poultry EDMC meeting last week, Dr. Weilman brought up a comment that is keeping me up at night, and Lucy as well. What happens if we get ASF and high path at the same time? This is something we've talked about. Last year, I remember Dr. Thompson actually telling us as staff, we legitimately could have 2 very significant disease outbreaks. Are we ready? And the general consensus is, yeah, it'll take some maneuvering, but yeah, we're ready. But I want to know that a little more specifically. So from the swine EDMC standpoint, that's really a focus on how we are working through this year's projects. What can we do as an industry? I keep pointing to Jill because she's my industry representative. What can we do as an industry to offset some of the duties that the regulatory bodies will have in place? I'll gesture to Stephan, because we fully expect ASF is a true foreign animal disease. We've never had it here. That will require a lot of USDA involvement, but USDA will be spread thin as well. If we have that in one state, it requires a lot of surveillance throughout the states, and then add high path. So a lot of creative kind of ideas on how we will approach that, but that's kind of on our agenda for the year for the swine EDMC. Projects that are ongoing at the board. Dr. Wheeler, David Winan, and Maya. Eric, have you been involved in the composting as well?
Very little.
So we've got a composting subject matter expert training coming up. A couple of dates. The first one is May 9th, I believe, and that's a VIP session where we're inviting people from the industry to come and see how compost piles are initially set up. And then there's actually a training later in June to help individuals be more equipped and hopefully become subject matter experts recognized by the USDA in the event that we need to utilize some of those folks on the industry level at companies to be doing some of the disposal techniques that are required for indemnity. Feral swine surveillance. That was Dean spoiled my my topic earlier. One thing I did want to mention, Alex. So part of my ask of the tribal leaders is that we can do sampling too. So if we get some of these swine, there's a big push from the DNR and Wildlife Services to actually do some testing, both DNA testing on these pigs, but also disease testing. We want to know what, if they come here, what are they bringing with them? So that's another ask I'm going to have. I actually have a meeting with tribal leaders next Thursday, I believe, and that's one of the topics I was going to bring up. We have a traceability exercise coming up with Pipestone Vet. So we're going to take AgView for a test drive. AgView is a database used by companies to be able to monitor where their pigs are coming and going. And it's a tool we're hoping to be very effective during a disease event. So the traceability aspect of it hasn't really been taken out for a drive, and that's one that we're looking forward to. That's in May. I also had an opportunity to be on a tabletop exercise with our Canadian counterparts at the Minnesota Pork Congress, and I propose we do a similar type of exercise with them. I don't know of any international exercises that have occurred, so they were very, very open to that and excited to do it. That's probably more towards the end of the summer. We've got to get a few things in line to sort out where that will be and how that will work. But another activity on the swine side. Aside from that, I will be in foreign animal disease diagnostician training the first part of May. So I was selected actually as a state employee to take it, and I'm thanking Stephan for that. I don't know if she had anything to do with it, but
Pay off quite a few people.
typically reserved for federal folks to be trained in as FADDs, and we had the opportunity to send state staff, and I got selected. Actually, I think Greg Suskovic put my name on a list years ago, and somehow it rose to the top. So I've been through the virtual portion. There's kind of a classroom portion, and now I go to Plum Island to actually get the hands-on version at the beginning of May. So looking forward to that. And then aside from that, we're still working through our staffing deficit. So we're pretty excited. We've got a lot of openings that Melissa has been able to get in the pipeline, and we're able to get some positions out there and hopefully filled and take some of the weight off of our staff. Officer Frye earlier today mentioned the idea of just people staying in their lanes, and we've had a little issue with that at the board just because we don't have enough people. So the hope is that we can get enough people on board, and then we can all get back in our lanes and continue on. So those are my updates. Short and sweet. Yes, Steve.
A little bit on the line of what you just talked about. Before COVID, the economy was not in great shape, and the state went through hiring freezes. And I really think as a person moves forward that one wants to talk to the legislature about that some of these operations such as this, which would be kind of a mandatory, or would be a not critical, it's essential, great, good term, that those probably need to be really looked at as being immune from that, so to speak. Because once you get behind, and of course what happened is we had that freeze, and we went into COVID and had this much better than expected report come out on our economy, and they were all looking at where could we spend this money. And when COVID hit, at least they kept a lot of powder dry, but we went through a time that the freeze stayed on. And so I think it over 2, 3, 4 years, you start to get behind on people, and then you start seeing this where people are in other lanes, and then all of a sudden we happen to have a lot of retirement here last fall, and so we really got hit timing wise. It's not been good, and I think it's something that really needs to be looked at in the future, that maybe some of those type of operations like this need to be immune from those types of things. So just a comment.
Agreed. And kudos to the board staff. I can't say enough about how we all kind of overcame that. Who else has gone through a pandemic? And completely restructured their agency. So our staff is remarkable. But yeah, we'd like more of them.
Just piggybacking on Dean's comment, there's a bill in both the House and the Senate, and I don't know where, if anywhere, it's progressing at all. to eliminate any positions in state agencies that stay vacant for more than 180 days. Y'all know that? Kind of scary when you think back on where the board has been in the last 3 years with staff turnover and retirements and all of the things that Brian's just mentioned. And I haven't followed those bills. I don't know if they've got any traction or not. Melissa, have you heard anything? Or Michelle, I'm sorry.
I have not heard anything else.
Okay.
What else?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that either.
Scary thought.
It is, yeah, it's not insurmountable. We certainly have new positions that we create. It takes a lot longer to get those approved and through the pipe. So we'd much rather fill those that are vacant than have them go away and start over. So we'll look into that.
Questions for Brian? Thanks, Brian. Next thing is election of our board. Yeah.
I was just wondering, is there anybody from the DNR? I don't see anybody in the room from the DNR here today, but is there anybody from the DNR that would be here, still in the meeting or on the call?
See an
Yeah.
MC.
This is Mike Ayler here with the Farm Deer Program. Been listening in here. If you got a question that I might be able to address.
Yeah. I
Sure.
guess, don't know if you're the right person or not, but have a question regarding, 2.5 years ago, the South Metro, there was some deer found in the wild. I don't remember if they're hunter harvested or if they were deer that just in surveillance, they found that were positive or a positive. And then more recently, last fall was the deer at Climax, and then the deer at Grand Rapids, and then by Bemidji. And so we've had that spread, or we've had that discovery, I guess, of CWD in those areas. And so my question is kind of what is the narrative, or what is the thought or explanation as to how CWD got into those areas?
Well, how I'll answer that is I'll refer to what Brian was just talking about, staying in our lanes. So Michelle Carsonson, our wildlife health program coordinator there, she would be the best person to address that. I don't want to, step on her toes there or say something might be inconsistent with what she's, would be thinking there. But I mean, we've just seen this progression, and really to explain it, I'm not sure at this time. I can pass that up. I can pass that on to Michelle, and make sure that she could get back to you on that if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I think there was an interview on CCO on Sunday night that got into the spread of CWD, and it was laid at the feet of the deer farmers. And if they're talking about the spread in Climax and the areas that I described, there's no deer farms that have been associated with that. So I think it's really, really dangerous to make some of those comments in a public forum like that as people are driving back home on a Sunday afternoon from Easter. So I just think that's dangerous. So
yeah, I agree with you. And a lot of times, the media doesn't necessarily characterize, our information correctly, or how we present it. I mean, we have, unfortunately, with CWD, we never have a smoking gun. We never have something we can definitively point to and say that's the cause of that infection in that area. And so typically that's, what we're up against. We try to make, try to speculate, but it's not always, factual or the truth. We don't know.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's the way disease is. It's a lot of times you never find a smoking gun, and the explanation is never definite, but I think, it's important that people that are in a public setting are careful about the things that they say and the damage that is done from some of those comments. And it was a very high official in the state. So,
well, if you want to reach out to me directly, I mean, I can get you in contact with Michelle, and
I can get Michelle.
Okay, okay. I just want to make
Thank you.
sure that it don't drop it. You bet.
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
Great, election of board leadership. I don't remember, do we,
I think I'm gonna nominate Erica for president.
I'd second that.
It's been nominated and seconded. Are there any other nominations for president?
I move that nomination cease and a unanimous ballot is cast.
I second.
Okay.
Does this feel like a railroad?
No, railroad. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries.
I nominate Dr. Peggy Hawkins for vice
President?
sorry.
Okay. Is there,
I'd second that.
okay, there's this, been nominated and seconded for Dr. Hawkins as vice president. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay, nominations closed for vice president. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries.
That's all.
That is it. So now we'll go into closed session. And then we'll return. And hopefully this won't take us long. Dr. Fox, we'll call you, one of us on our cell phones. From executive director. So thank you for taking on that role. We appreciate it. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I make the motion to adjourn.
I second it.
All right, it's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right,
Bye.
we are done at 3:41. Okay,